8 de la mañana, Trump pone sobre la mesa los aranceles, mientras que Vladimir Putin nos pinta una fotografía.
No, es... Por cierto, qué mal pedo tener que despertar a mi mujer, así que con esto se despertó. Muy buenos días, muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente inicio de su semana, hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana también, se la hayan pasado muy bien y hayan hecho todas las cosas puercas que querían hacer. No se hagan, somos seres humanos, todo el mundo quiere hacer cosas puercas todo el tiempo. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón y bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo, por supuesto. El día de hoy, antes de empezar el casino, tenemos que platicar de 3 diferentes cosas. 1, la lección que nos da Warren Buffett. Esta es muy rápida, ahorita se las cuento. 2, la inteligencia artificial está a punto de desaparecer. Los humanos estamos aprendiendo más rápido que ella. Ahorita les cuento por qué. Y 3, ¿por qué estamos diciendo que va a haber recesión? Es importante. Todas estas cosas son bastante importantes. Honestamente, no tanto, pero es bueno platicar de ellas, definitivamente. A alguien le va a servir. Warren Buffett nos da una lección de vida para todos nosotros, para todos los que sepan. Warren Buffett se acaba de retirar a los 94 años de Berkshire Hathaway, anunció su retiro, alguien más va a venir a suplantarlo, etcétera. ¿Qué nos enseña esto? Que lo único que tienes que hacer para poder retirarte feliz es trabajar hasta los 94 años y tener 150 mil millones de dólares. Y ahí ya te puedes retirar. Antes de eso no, así que ponte a chamar. Qué locura que Warren Buffett, uno de los mejores que lo ha hecho, si no es que el mejor que lo ha hecho en la historia, se esté yendo. Así que gracias a Warren Buffett por todas las cosas. Ahora, vamos a la inteligencia artificial. La inteligencia artificial está a punto de desaparecer. Alguien tiene que decirle a Elon Musk, alguien tiene que decirle absolutamente todos estos, a Sam Altman, a Jeff Bezos, a todos ellos. Alguien les tiene que decir. Y se van a preguntar, pero ¿cómo es que la inteligencia artificial va a desaparecer, Alejandro? Recuerden, el propósito de la inteligencia artificial es poder consumir la mayor cantidad de datos posibles y poder, de acuerdo a lo que les hayas enseñado a estas máquinas, aprender y poder, o tal vez no aprender, pero poder deducir qué es lo que estás buscando de ellas. Y requiere muchísimos datos y requiere muchísima energía. Y muchos dirán, ok, ¿y por qué va a desaparecer? Porque nadie esperaba, pero los seres humanos se están volviendo más rápido que la inteligencia artificial al aprender en este 2025. Esto nunca había pasado en la historia. Los seres humanos pueden recurrir a absorber menos información, mucha menos, y poder hacer un análisis mucho mejor. O mínimo es lo que me están haciendo pensar todos en X. Esto es lo que parece ser. ¿Y por qué lo digo? Bastante sencillo. La razón por qué lo estoy diciendo es porque Donald Trump acaba de anunciar que va a poner aranceles en películas hechas en el extranjero. Y ahorita todo el mundo, les juro por mi vida, se los juro, todo el mundo es un experto en películas. Pero pasó así. O sea, literalmente Trump puso estos aranceles ayer. Y ahora todo el mundo ya es un experto. Y me han dicho todos lo retrasado mental que soy por no saber lo que estoy hablando en lo de las películas. Es impresionante, yo sé. Pero recuerden, yo solamente me dediqué a hacer películas por como una década y cacho. Entonces, en ese entonces no aprendías tan rápido como hoy. Ahora solamente ves un segmento en CNN o en Fox de 8 minutos. ¡Bolas! Te vuelves un experto en todo esto. Es una verdadera locura, pero en putiza. Así como todo el mundo se volvió experto en aranceles en menos de 3 días, ahora todo el mundo también es experto en películas. Brutal. Quiero contarles de eso, en serio, porque esto es algo que sí entiendo. Yo sé que nuestros expertos arancelarios ahora son expertos en películas. Y si quieres oír la historia correcta, ve a oírlos a ellos. Si quieres escuchar de alguien que solamente lo hizo por una década y que no sabe tanto, porque honestamente no he visto un segmento en Fox o en CNN de esto o en MSNBC. Entonces, igual y no, o sea, obviamente, no igual, no tengo el conocimiento que ellos. Entonces, ve a analizar exactamente todo lo que te están diciendo ahorita, todos estos tíos, pero te voy a dar mi opinión tonta, basada en nada más que experiencia de más de 10 años haciéndolo en Hollywood. Ahí les va. Cuando está hablando Donald Trump que va a poner aranceles en películas que están hechas en el extranjero, todo el mundo, lo primero que he notado es que todos nuestros expertos en X piensan que esto es un arancel en contra de películas como películas mexicanas, películas europeas, películas japonesas, películas de Hong Kong, películas de Corea. Creo que entienden, ya les dije, todos los países del mundo. Bueno, casi todos, pero como 3. Entonces, todo el mundo está pensando que son estas películas las que van a tener estos aranceles, pero no. Mucha gente no sabe esto, pero, y no sé por qué, creo que es lógico, pero hay muchas películas, si no es que la mayor cantidad de películas en Estados Unidos son hechas en otros países. La razón por qué es bastante sencilla. Como todo en Estados Unidos, como empezaron a producir cosas en otros países porque eran más baratos, etcétera, el cine no fue la excepción. Cuando yo hacía películas, y les voy a dar ejemplos, pero en chinga. En México, por ejemplo, en México tenemos una ley que se llama la ley, bueno, teníamos, no sé cómo se llama ahora, la han cambiado, pero esta ley se llamaba la 226. La 226 te permitía poder recibir hasta 20 millones de pesos en donaciones que en vez de irse al gobierno, podían irse a una película. Entonces, cualquier empresa que tenía capacidad grande de cash flow y aparte facturaba cabrón en México, en vez de pagar sus impuestos, podían dar 20 millones, hasta 60 millones por empresa para ponerlo en películas. La cosa era, no deberías de hacer dinero con eso. Obviamente es México y todos lo hicieron. Todos, absolutamente todos. Y en vez de ser un incentivo, se volvió una inversión. Pero bueno, vamos a pretender que esto funcionaba sin la corrupción que existe en México. No la del gobierno, el gobierno no es corrupto en México, la corrupción de los ciudadanos que hacen películas, ¿ok? Que quede claro, nadie está diciendo que el gobierno en México es corrupto, nadie, todo el mundo sabe que no. Entonces, en México, si yo quería hacer una película, tenía una película de 10 millones de dólares, ¿no? Que yo quería hacer. Iba a México, me iban a dar 2 millones de eso. Luego, había una institución que se llamaba Fidecine o IMCINE, no me acuerdo cuál de las dos, pero que tiene como, digamos, un trato de distribución amarrado a él que te daban otros, digámosle otro millón, eran como $800,000, pero digamos otro millón. Entonces, ya México me está dando 3 millones de dólares. Y además, si gastaba, México me iba a regresar un porcentaje del IVA y de los impuestos que tenía que pagar actores. Entonces, en total iba a ser, digamos, 5 millones de dólares con una película de 10 millones de dólares. Y la filmaba en México, la grababa en México. Es como funcionaba. Esta es una película americana, ¿no? Tienes actores americanos y todo. Ahora, esa película calificaría para una de estas películas que sería básicamente tiene que pagar el 100% de impuestos. Y esto está pasando en todos lados. Las películas ocurren en todos lados. Grabas en Europa porque es mucho más barato, te dan dinero de vuelta, puedes usar diferentes incentivos. Hay producciones de hasta 3 países. Puede ser una coproducción entre Canadá, México y Europa. Son cabronas, muy buenos incentivos también para todos los productores. Pero ahora Estados Unidos está diciendo, queremos que hagas esto en Estados Unidos. ¿Se puede? Sí se puede. El problema es que van a costar más las películas, como todo. Pero en este punto es un poco diferente porque requieres más manos de obra que en cualquier otra cosa. En otras empresas puedes automatizar, en esto todavía no puedes automatizar. Entonces, todas estas películas americanas van a venir a Estados Unidos y se pueden hacer películas en Estados Unidos, por supuesto. Yo hacía películas en Estados Unidos para televisión y para estudios y personalmente me llevé alguna vez los incentivos que daba California, donde me regresaron, creo que fue 20% de todo lo que gasté en California. Aquí hice toda mi película en California, entonces fue de todo mi presupuesto y se tardó bastante. Pero se puede. La cosa es, ya no existe la demanda por estas películas. O sea, ya no hay. Y si le vas a cobrar a los estudios 100% de impuestos eh, sobre sus películas hechas en otros países que son americanas, eso les va a costar bastante. ¿Por qué? Porque Hollywood todavía trabaja como un negocio de 1920. Entonces, hay muchas maneras de hacer películas. Si eres un estudio, ponte tú, si eres Warner Brothers, tienes un chingo de lana tú mismo, puedes financiar la película por completo. El segundo escenario, si eres un estudio, lo que puedes hacer es puedes financiar la película a través de preventas. Entonces, lo que haces es le prevendes a Alemania, le prevendes a Canadá, le prevendes a México, le prevendes a todo el mundo la película y le dices, güey, te voy a dar esta película con Mark Wahlberg y con Susan Sarandon, te la voy a dar por $1,000,000 a ti, 2 millones. Y así juntan todo el presupuesto y lo único que no venden es Estados Unidos, lo dejan abierto. Entonces haces una película de $20 millones y necesitarás 3 para cubrir el territorio americano. ¿Qué es lo que hacen los estudios? Si la película le va a ir bien, el estudio pone el dinero. Si a la película le va a ir mal, van a traer un idiota, así le decimos, al idiota de equity, al que pone la lana que es un tonto que la va a perder. Eso pasa en las películas con estudios. Entonces, todas estas películas que funcionan así y que se financian de diferentes formas, no tenemos incentivos comparables con otros países en Estados Unidos. Nuestra mano de obra es mucho más cara, nuestras reglas de unión son una piña en el culo, una absoluta mierda. Y para vender estas películas en Estados Unidos, porque es un negocio de 1920, necesitas distribución, distribuidores, agentes de venta, Apple. Entonces, ponte tú, yo hago una película, me costó $1 millón hacer una película y la voy a poner a la venta. Bueno, yo no la puedo vender directamente. Necesito un agente de ventas, se los juro. Y por cierto, no puedes ir al distribuidor directo. Necesitas al agente de ventas para ir al distribuidor, ¿ok? Viene el agente de ventas y te dice, te voy a hacer el favor de tu vida y te voy a cobrar 15% de todo el dinero que hagas con tu película sin yo hacer ni vergas, nada. 15% del total de lo que haga tu película te lo voy a cobrar yo. Y no nada más ese favor te voy a hacer. También te voy a cobrar por mis esfuerzos, porque yo tengo que venderla a estos distribuidores. Y yo sé, voy a los mismos festivales que ellos, pero me cuesta mucho ir a estos festivales. Entonces te voy a poner un premium de $200,000 por adelantado para que me pagues, más aparte, obviamente, tus 15%, o sea, el 15% del total. Entonces dices, no mames, hice esta película por $1 millón, vale, vamos. Digamos que la vendes por $1 millón, para que tengan una idea de cuánto dinero harías. La vendes por $1 millón, te quitan 200 por adelantado del 15 del adelanto que están poniendo ellos para vender la película, te quitan esos $200,000. Después de esos $200,000, probablemente tengas que pagar 10% sobre esos esos $200,000, $220,000 te quitan. Luego tienes que pagar 15% sobre el total del $1 millón que han vendido. Eso quiere decir que otros $150,000 ya se fueron para solamente la compañía de ventas. Entonces, la compañía de ventas ya hizo $150,000 más $220,000. Estás hablando de 150, 300, 450, $470,000 de $1 millón en la venta. Y dirás, pues no está tan mal, no está tan mal, todavía no llegas a la venta que hiciste porque es diferido. Entonces, esta venta te permite venderle a Apple la película, ¿no? La vendes en iTunes. iTunes te va a quitar 30% del total de lo que haga la película. Si la película vende en Apple $1 millón, Apple se queda con $300,000. No nada más eso, el agente se queda con 15% de lo que la película vendió, sin importar que Apple se llevó 30% del choncho grande. No hay dinero en esta industria. Está hecha literalmente, es una industria completamente cerrada para todo el mundo y si no estás dentro de la fiesta, es muy difícil hacer dinero con ella. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que va a pasar? Si estamos hablando de inversores y siempre poder voltear a ver esto y decir cómo puedo beneficiarme financieramente, esto le va a pegar negativamente a todos los estudios. Todo el mundo cree que esto va a ser muy bueno para los estudios porque creen que las películas que no van a entrar a Estados Unidos son películas mexicanas o películas tailandesas o lo que sea, pero son nuestras propias películas yéndose a la verga. ¿Ok? Van a costar más, los estudios van a tener más problemas al hacerlos, van a recibir menos dinero y eso quiere decir que sus números se van a hacer peores. Pero, atención, esto continúa la tendencia que les había dicho hace años, donde las películas se van a volver solamente un beneficio de algo que hayas pagado como en Apple o Amazon o estas cosas, porque ya es insostenible. No puedes poner un pedazo de entretenimiento que cuesta $90 millones de hacer en contra de un podcast que es gratis y tiene la misma cantidad de vistas. No tiene ya sentido y la cantidad de contenido producido por toda la gente que es experta en X, por ejemplo, como este imbécil, pues es demasiado contenido para que ese contenido siga teniendo el mismo valor sin dilución, sobre todo a través del tiempo y sobre todo perdiendo el interés por las cosas que son tan falsas como esas películas. Ahora, vamos rápido a lo de recesión para entrar a esto y nos vamos al casino. ¿Por qué nos están diciendo todos? No sé si han fijado, pero está diciendo todo el mundo, nos vamos a ir a recesión. Salió Larry Fink, salieron todos estos tíos y también hemos tenido el primer cuarto de nuestro Producto Interior Bruto, nuestro PIB fue negativo. ¿Ok? Y aquí, ojo y atención, lo voy a explicar al rato en una y me preguntó esto a detalle. La razón por la que te están contando que va a haber una recesión es porque ahorita van a sorprender los números. ¿Ok? Porque tuvimos un número, y aquí me tengo que corregir de lo que había dicho. La razón por la que tuvimos un mal primer cuarto en Estados Unidos en cuanto a nuestro PIB se refiere es más sencillo de lo que todos creen. Es porque todo el mundo fue espantado a comprar inventarios, a comprar cosas pre-aranceles. ¿ok? Cuando compramos básicamente importaciones en Estados Unidos, eso es deducido de nuestro Producto Interno Bruto. ¿Qué quiere decir? Que porque compramos demasiadas cosas de afuera de Estados Unidos ahorita para prepararnos para los aranceles, nuestro Producto Interno Bruto está enseñando como si estuviera en negativo cuando no es negativo. Lo que está haciendo es aprovechando cómo lo cuentan. ¿Me entienden? Están básicamente contando esto como deducciones en vez de actividad económica por cómo está simplemente puesto. Ahora, con eso en mente, entendamos que lo que nos están vendiendo es que el próximo cuarto va a ser peor. Este número todavía no es negativo y esto reside y se queda todavía con lo que yo les había dicho, que esto tiene que pegar el 2026. Tarde 2025, temprano 2026. La razón por qué es simplemente por el gasto de gobierno, más aparte todos la gente que va a ser despedida, que ya fue despedida, pero van a empezar a pegar en septiembre, octubre, noviembre del gobierno y esa gente va a entrar al sector labor y va a convertirse en un cagadero. Por ahorita lo que le están intentando vender a la gente es que todo se va a ir a la verga directito. Y no, vamos a tener la sorpresa del segundo cuarto. Todo el mundo se va a emocionar mamadas y después de verano es probablemente cuando nos la dejen. Bueno, el último cuarto o el primer cuarto del próximo año ya va a ser obvio que estamos metidos en esto. Y esto, de nuevo, estamos trayendo un chingo de inversión a Estados Unidos. Esto debería de causar un dólar fortísimo, fortísimo, no importa lo que te estén vendiendo. Eso es todo lo que les quería contar el día de hoy. Impresionante cómo se acabó la inteligencia artificial en el mundo. Felicidades a todos los expertos en X que pueden aprender de un segmento de 8 minutos en CNN, en NBC o en... Qué bárbaros, qué bárbaros. Felicidades a todo el mundo. Güey, los humanos somos unas vergas y somos mucho mejor que la inteligencia artificial. Vámonos al casino del tío Salo. Vamos a analizar todas estas tablas, por supuesto, con Alex, con Farhan. Vamos a ver qué va a ser el Bitcoin. Vamos a ver qué va a ser los Solamis. Vamos a ver qué van a hacer todas las cosas. Y los invitaría a todos los miembros del E-Trading Academy que nos están poniendo qué quieren ver, que en vez de solamente nos pidan analizar algo, nos pidan analizar algo que crean donde hay un setup. ¿Ok? Y la razón por qué es, porque podemos analizar algo que está muy perdido en medio de un rango, pero si podemos ver más cosas que estén listas para un trade, sea corto, sea largo, ¿no? Eso va a permitir que más gente también pueda participar en estos trades. Los invito a eso. Y también, por supuesto, los quiero invitar a que chequen nuestro Discord, a todos ustedes, los que quieran aprender, los que ya saben de esto, los que saben hacer trading o los que estén aprendiendo, pueden absolutamente caer en nuestro Discord. Es absolutamente gratuito. Tienen aquí abajo la descripción de él y rápido les enseño cómo funciona esta madre, que es confusa al principio, pero honestamente bastante sencilla. Lo único que tienes que saber es que todos tus menús están del lado izquierdo. Dice Elite Trading Academy y cada que le picas un menú se abre lo que estás viendo. Entonces, si le pico acá, en donde dice análisis, son los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan. Tengo acá abajo en Start Here, ven a general, puedes platicar con toda la comunidad, porque es bueno venir a apoyarte en la comunidad. Nunca sabes si ellos tienen otra idea, si alguien está viendo lo diferente, etcétera. Es impresionante. Vengan a ver Criptolingo por si tienen cualquier pregunta de lo que estamos platicando acá, no entienden algo de lo que se está diciendo. Aquí está en inglés y en español también. Aquí está en español, marcos de tiempo, hora 1, etcétera. Vengan a compartir sus ganancias con nosotros. ¿Dónde está Tomatito? ¿Dónde está Tomatito? Yo quiero ver. Okay, todavía no pones nada nuevo, pero nada mal. 150%, 240%. Ahí vamos, cabrones. Ahí vamos. Estamos calentando ahora para los siguientes movimientos del mercado y yo creo que estamos agarrando rico. Mandamos alertas también el día de hoy en la mañana para todos los que son miembros de eso, para que las vean. Ahí está el Tomatito. Tenemos nuestros enlaces por acá. No sé qué sea esto, no le hagan caso a este mensaje aquí abajo. Voy a ver qué es exactamente esto, pero todos nuestros enlaces arriba sí son nuestros. Y siempre asegúrense, ninguno de nosotros les vamos a escribir, así es como se ve Farhan, así es como se ve Alex. Siempre chequen si alguien les escribe porque se ponen el mismo nombre y pone, no te voy a escribir primero, we won't DM you first, no te voy a escribir primero. O sea, Alex y Farhan, los dos lo tienen en su nombre y la gente escribe con esto en su DM. O sea, no te vamos a escribir jamás a ofrecerte ni vergas en el E-Trading Academy más que una gran diversión al estar apostando en el casino del tío Salo. Si quieren aprender a cómo tradear futuros, vengan a nuestro sitio rápido. Acá se meten en tutos completamente, absolutamente gratis y aprende cómo tradear en Bluffing, que es uno de los exchanges que estamos usando para tradear criptomonedas. Aquí lo tienes, un video de 5 minutos, te enseña cómo fondear la cuenta, cómo pasar dinero de un lugar a otro, cómo usarla cómo operar un corto, cómo abrir un long. Todo eso para que lo puedas usar en 5 minutos absolutamente gratis. Y aquí tienes el enlace directo y seguro para tu página de Bluffing. Como de que no. Sin más ni más, vamos a los análisis instantáneamente. Vamos a analizar Bitcoin, vamos a analizar... vamos a empezar por ahí y de ahí, como les dije, por favor, si nos pueden mandar cosas que estén listos para un setup y que nos pongan cero palado, se los agradecería muchísimo. Vamos a empezar como de que no. Mr. Alex, Mr. Farhan, good morning.
I gotta unmute myself. Buenos dias, muchachos y cracks. I have to use that word. I just figured out what it meant, so I had to use it.
Isn't that crazy?
You just figured out what cracks means?
Yeah, I thought people were referring to us as a hard drug.
No.
Or booty cracks.
Yeah, it's like a dope boy from the past. How's Dubai treating you guys?
It's fucking awesome.
Good.
We just returned the Lambo yesterday. I collected a couple of speeding tickets, but it is what it is.
Good for you. Good for you. Let's look at the Bitcoin. Let's look at the market right now. I feel like there's a lot that people are waiting for and they're anxious for. I think it's a good day. Today's a good day to look at these charts.
It's like Ice Cube says, today was a good day.
That's right. And Ice Cube knows what the fuck he's talking about. Wait, that's Salamis.
Yeah, let me get.
I'm not gonna lie, if I ever saw him in person, I wouldn't say hi because he intimidates the fuck out of me.
Same. Never. You know, Ice-T follows me. A friend of mine that's a comedian messaged me and he goes, bro, I'm with Ice-T. You know Ice-T follows you? I was like, no, I had no idea. Cool. So he shows me and he goes, do you want to talk to him? I was like, fuck no. I'd be scared.
Absolutely not.
So I understand. I'm sorry, Alex. Get at it.
No, all good. So yeah, today's quite important for Bitcoin. I gave some long setups out late night in Dubai. We're looking at this low to hold. It makes sense to me. I mean, we're just playing the overall daily trend. Now we're slightly concerned though into today, since we did close under that 95.5, right? It's like we want this zone to hold and we want to respect trend, but as long, if we're under 95.5, it's now looking questionable with if this higher low is going to hold. But the trend is always dominant over anything first. And, per the trend, this is still in an uptrend on the daily. We're getting a slight pullback now. Let's view the HPDR. I do think the median was reclaimed. It did shift up into this close yesterday. Let me delete this. And so for me now, it's really going to be dependent on us not taking out this wick low. I essentially just don't want the 93s, the 92.8 to get taken out. If that does, with 95.5 deviating, then we have to really start considering potentially the 2-day silver cross getting retested. And that's closer to that $92,000 region. For me, though, now, I mean, it's just still, it's very important to kind of pay attention and watch carefully. You'll notice here that, we're slightly now losing the 2-day median. And so, again, you need now bulls to really step in here. This is either going to play into what I talked about, over the weekend and on Friday, which is, slight consolidation, pull back into New York session, trapping bears, acting almost like a spring before we go and test that $99,000 region. This move down to me is definitely giving us fuel for that. I mean, shorts have had a pretty easy time so far, specifically when we're looking at, this deviation, easy bearish retest. But I'm just not convinced, in my opinion, that this is just going to go all the way down to the low 88,000s and 90Ks yet. And the reason I'm not convinced yet is just simply based on where ES1 is. Now, again, could easily change today, in the next day or two, right? But if we really gauge ES1, it's actually not looking really bearish, right? It's like we have a nice reclaim of the 2-day EMA 100. We have a beautiful shift of price structure here. If I take the HPDR off, right, we have a very nice shift where the 34 on the 2-day was holding us down very aggressively in the zone. Let me get the 5 off because, confusing. 34 is holding price down essentially. And then we rallied up, we rejected the 21, bearish, broke down. Okay, cool. Reclaimed the SMA 200, got above the 9. And now what we do see is we've reclaimed the 21. This was the first point of strength, back tested it, and now we've expanded. You've reclaimed that EMA 100, and you are at resistance. I agree. But how it's standing now is how ES1's looking. It to me is just playing into the spring scenario where this is the zone to start looking to long Bitcoin, in my opinion, because right in the next 1 day and 8 hours, if this starts losing the EMA 100, great. The idea probably is going to weaken, and we might have to then cut all shorts. But until then, I'm looking at this to spring off the 78.6% and actually fulfill the move up to that 5,780. It's a very important spot, this 5,780, because what you have here is the daily SMA 200. How my system works is if you do reclaim the EMA 100, reclaim is the key word, we get a nice move up to that SMA 200. So in my opinion, Bitcoin is brewing a major spring today, just based on how ES1's looking. To me, it's looking like this is a major trap for bears, and this is going to fuel us to 100K. Now, I know we're supposed to be looking at Bitcoin, but ES1 to me is guiding my longs here. This is giving me confidence. Now, I understand the dailies at extremes. We're slightly rolling over here, and volatility here is possibly making another double derp. But, it plays into kind of the bear trap scenario because where you're getting this simple pullback, we want to really see this kind of spring up, close above the daily EMA 100, make a move up to that 5,780. That's why today, if we are going to be bullish, you need to see this candle flip green. It's definitely red. You need this to flip green, and it's very logical to kind of get a pullback here, right? Overall forms the higher lows. We keep higher low intact, and we can potentially make a nice move up right around that 5,780. Now, from this point, that is like a 2% to maybe a 2.7%. I'm expecting 5,780 to reject. Why would I expect that? Well, that's just simply based on kind of where Bitcoin's at, right? The 90, let me go to this chart, it's a little better. The $99,000 region should reject us first tap, but it's going to be crucial for bulls, right, to SFP up, reclaim this zone, and then we can get the move up to the 99s. All this has done, in my opinion, is just still respect the structure that we have, bullish structure, and trap bears. Like, I'm not really looking at a weekend move on a pullback to max short, call a deviation to short the low 88s. No, I'm looking at that to be exactly what we wanted in the Friday. Now, we kind of didn't need 95.5 to hold, but it's fine. We just now can use this as possibly an SFP play, and we can add even more once 95.5 gets reclaimed. So Bitcoin's still looking very bullish to me. I'm expecting a major green dildo today. I want to see the daily turn green, and I need to see this reclaim back above the median. If in doing so, a daily close back above 95,500 to me will give us the next move to 99,000s. Very simple. What you're noticing now is Bitcoin starting to get bullish structure, and this is something I was talking about on the Discord, right? I'm adding to my longs because why? Because we're starting to get bullish structure here on even the lower time frames. If I'm going to be on the camp that Bitcoin's grinding a bottom here and we're going to move up today, I have to then be looking at the lower time frames to be giving me some kind of metric on, well, are we actually bullish? And on this move down, I was telling the Discord, this is looking like a higher low potential. Now, we've just made that 2-hour close. We just closed above the median, and we never took out this low. Right? This low was very key. So then what you could have done is added to your shorts, moved your stop to this low, because Alex thinks that the lower time frame is now in an uptrend. And that's why I was consistently adding to my longs here. And I was doing it publicly. Bitcoin is looking very bullish to me. I'm not looking to get trapped into today shorting a weekend move, but rather looking at this as just an opportunity to long into May, position into May, because we have insane setups into May that we want to be looking carefully at, because we know Bitcoin's the most predatory before we either break out or we break down. And so, Now what we have is we're back above the 2-day median. And what you look at that, next target is right around 99,400. Interesting how that works, huh? Perfect confluence of this idea. Potentially a 5% move. At that point, I am expecting this to play out. This, and then this, and then that. Why would I expect the daily trend to break? Well, you need that in order to make the next higher low on the weekly, right? If we start coming up and breaking out of here, for me, bulls are going to be looking at this zone as the higher low around the 83s. And so, yeah, any move down to the 89s, 90s, it's just a simple bullish retest, daily, weekly EMA 9 retest, and a potential median retest. It's very important to play these levels. I'm not really looking for a deep pullback until we at very minimum hit 99,000. Therefore, we have an opportunity to position. Now, we're looking at ES1, right? Let's check ES1 again. It's going to kind of guide us. So we got to start seeing this move up and really start looking stronger than what it's looking like. Giving me confidence to see Bitcoin flipping green here, though. Now, Solana as well is something that I'm watching carefully because Solana is looking pretty bullish to me. We have a fresh daily silver cross. This was just a daily silver cross retest. We talked about this idea where 141 to 142 is the zone. This perfectly filled the academy. And now what it's really looking like to me is like 151's next, potentially 155. Why are we looking at Sol if we should be looking at Bitcoin? Well, because Bitcoin and Sol, we often have Solana lead a Bitcoin move. So Sol needs to be bullish in order for Bitcoin, for me to really be confident in this Bitcoin idea. And so far, it is bullish. Slightly concerning, but we still have bullish structure. We're still above support. And all this was a simple back test of support with a potential higher low. And that's why my stop is simply based on this wick low here. Very simple. So that's all I have on the charts. I'll look at tether dominance quickly. It's, not really anything different. Let me just see this actually. Okay, so potentially reclaiming or back testing this breakout zone. If the daily starts losing the 9, that'll be my metric that we're going to go a lot lower, specifically to the EMA 100. Now, you lose the EMA 100 on the daily, we're good to go. We can aggressively start longing Bitcoin aggressively. And right, it's just almost like once the daily on Bitcoin reclaimed the EMA 100, I'm not really trying to short Bitcoin anymore. We obviously tried here, but at this whole point, once we got back above the EMA 100, I didn't short it. Now, why wouldn't we use the same logic, right? If tether dominance loses the daily EMA 100, why wouldn't we aggressively long Bitcoin? Because to me, how my system works is we're going to the 4.69%. And this is going to be very strong, very big zone. This is probably where we'll get a reaction here and probably a rejection on Bitcoin around that 100K level, $99,000 level. Until then, this is brewing a breakdown. It's looking to me like at minimum, the next target should be 5%. We're getting a BBWP setup. And something to note, which is something I talked about, why did we want basically slight downside and consolidation over the weekend? Well, this is why we wanted it. Daily BBWP is now fully reset. So right into Thursday, Friday, this was slightly around here. And we've just been contracting like a mofo. So this is good now. This is telling me that if we're going to get that busting action move, like what we're seeing on the 2-week, right, we're getting a setup and the monthly whenever it graciously wants to load for me. Anytime now. God. Well, the 2-week BBWP is fully reset, right? The idea is that if we're going to see these higher time frames really start doing busting action moves, you're going to need to see the daily BBWP reset. It just makes sense to me. Generally, that should be reset. Then the 2-day can reset, the 5-day, the weekly, the 2-week and the monthly are reset. Let's check the weekly as well because that was contracting. This is on the index. It's going to take a year to load, so just bear with me. Nice. And so we're almost there now. So, things are cooking and gearing up for a major move, potentially even in May still. I mean, per this weekly chart, any move down to that 92.2, which would be the next target if we start really losing 95.5, yeah, should be a big bounce zone right in this region. Next target is all-time high basically on Bitcoin. This weekly chart looks absolutely insane. No, not the 2 month. Come on, man. Right here. Where's the 5? I'm curious to see where the 5 is. Do show, sir. Nice. Because the whole point is, when we get monthly volatility this low, you get major moves on Bitcoin each and every time. And so we have to understand that before these major moves, we're A, the most predatory, and B, we're just the most choppy. So we got to understand trend. We got to respect our levels. 95.5 to me, I need to start seeing dailies back above there today. If we're not back above there, we're losing the daily median still, and the daily 9, doesn't get reclaimed. I'm closing all longs today before stop loss. So today's a big day for bulls, but it's an exciting day because this is when we really could then trap bears and move up. Or we're potentially going to then start deviating, and we have to really wonder if tether dominance here is going to hold the overall back test of the breakout zone. So. We don't want this to hold, right? That wouldn't be good. We don't want the daily EMA 100 to get reclaimed. That wouldn't be good. We want the 21 and the meme line to reject and us really go down to 4.69. This will be our 100K move. So now, right, we've gotten that. Yes, slightly you could go up to the 34, but basically I'm looking at this to start rejecting now. I mean, this to me looks like it got the move in. We took out the stops here, and this now is looking quite corrective to me, even with a fresh daily silver cross to the downside. So this is the spot. We're either literally going to reject here or I'm wrong. So it makes sense to me to kind of be slightly aggressive today on longs. So that's all I got. I'm curious to see what Farn has. To me, though, 95.5 is the line in the sand. We're watching that on today. 95.5 is a big zone. Nothing's changed. And if we do reclaim that today, you'll get another long setup, and that's an SFP long. And you'll position at 95.5 on the throwback. So that's all I got.
Nice. You mind
all
sharing
right,
your
bud?
chart, sir?
Indeed. Alrighty. Now we will start with, I believe, we'll do the daily. I'm trying to find whichever time frame lines up with my bias the most. I believe it's the daily. Today also lines up with it, but we'll start with the daily. So right now on the daily, we have gotten a close below the median, and we have basically a kind of a retest. We front ran it a little bit. We went all the way to the 5, rejected that, and we have been above this median basically since the breakout. So at the very least, after you close below the median, you will get a retest of the bottom 38.2%. But right now, the 38.2% sits at about $93,000. It's like $92,985. So let's just say 93K. And we go to the 2-day. Let's go to the daily first. Go back to momentum. Momentum right now is shifting down on the daily with volatility in an upwards posturing, supporting even more the idea that we're likely going to go to this bottom 38.2% at an absolute minimum. If you go to the 2-day, 2-day is now below the median. Median is sitting at $95,350. We are a good amount below that. We are about like $1,000 below that, and that would give us a target of hitting this 38.2%. But right now, the 38.2% lines up beautifully with the silver cross. It will come down to this 21 EMA, and it could even come down to this 55 EMA. It could wick below it. All it has to do is just not close below it, and the silver cross will still be viable. And that will put us right now, based on the 2 days, somewhere between $90,000 and like $89,000. This, in my opinion, if we get it this week, which I do think we will get it this week, is going to be the optimal opportunity to start getting long. And you would want to just start entering into your longs anywhere between here and this 100 EMA. And then your stop loss would be basically this candle's low, which is around $85,000. Because if you were to go below this the breakout candle, then likely this entire pump is going to get retraced and then some, and you're likely going to actually break down below 70K. But as of right now, what's more likely is that the silver cross is going to hold, and then you will get a bounce somewhere from this $89,000 to $90,000 zone upwards to over $100,000, I believe. For me, the first resistance is sitting right around $102,000, right over here at this top 38.2%. Right now, momentum on the 2-day is approaching the reset zone. It's pointing to the downside, while volatility is contracting to almost 0%. Perfectly lines up with the idea that we go a little bit lower while volatility contracts, retest the silver cross, put in a nice higher low, and then move to the upside. This is the week that, in my opinion, is going to be for positioning long. Right now, momentum on the 3-day is starting to shift down while volatility is freshly going into a contraction phase. And if we look at the jewel, we are just about to get the pink crossing over the yellow, and that's likely going to happen whenever we get that retest. And then we get our breakout. Right now, we are at the 38.2% on the top side, but it does look like we're going to break it because it's not the nicest looking candle. And what tells us that we're likely to break it is that we went below this candle's quick low. So losing this 38.2% would bring us all the way down to somewhere around this 9 EMA to the 21 EMA to retest this silver cross. And that's the same, basically $91,000 to $89,000 area, lining up with the 2-day, giving us more confluence for the idea that this is where we want to get long, and we want to ride this to somewhere around $100,000 to $102,000. 5-day. 5-day right now is a rejection of this top 38.2%, but momentum is still pointed up and volatility is still pointed up. As long as we are rejecting this 38.2%, what we're likely to do is come back down and retest somewhere around this 5 EMA to this 21 and 9, which is getting our cross to the upside. This is telling me a little bit more that we're probably going to break below $90,000 to go to that 89.5-ish area, and which lines up with this 5 EMA. That would cause a little bit of panic in the market because we're coming all the way from 97.9 to basically $98,000. When we go below 90, a lot of people are going to think that it's over and that we're probably going to break down at that point. And that's going to be the perfect area for us to get a nice little bounce, a nice little bounce ski, put in a nice little higher low ski, and put in some new rally high skis.
And that's a lot of skis.
Indeed. We do a lot of skiing in Dubai.
I see.
In the desert. Let's mark with the vertical line when we had this buy signal on the jewel within the bearish control zone. Actually, let's do it on the weekly. Weekly is going to be more powerful. On the weekly, we are still getting momentum to the upside, while volatility contracts to almost 0%, so 4.76%. Right now, based on this weekly top candle, this you could call it a shooting star, it could also be a doji. That would give us a target of hitting somewhere around this, basically this 9 EMA to this 5 EMA to the 21. 9 to the 21. And the 9 EMA right now sits right at that $90,000 area, $89,800 to $90,000. More confluence for this $89,000 area. Personally, because I don't want to miss out, I'm going to front run it a little bit, and I'm going to put my order at like $90,150 because I don't really care if it goes down another $300 or $400 for my order. And I'll probably add in that area, to be honest, because the stop loss is going to be what do you call it, a hard stop loss. So it's not based on a closure on this one, so I can feel free to add to it. The positions where I'm not comfortable adding to are the ones that run off of a closure based stop loss, because then I get fucked sometime. Let's go here and let's mark off these buy signals in the bearish control zone. Bears better enjoy having it within the bearish control zone while they have it, because probably not going to have it for a good amount of time. And we're already out of the bearish control zone. I say this and watch us go to the bearish control zone next week and go like $65,000. Trump announces, "Okay, I've had enough of fun with my bitcoins. Now Bitcoin is illegal."
He should put 100% tariffs on Bitcoin.
You like the tariffs? You like tariffs? You like tariffs? Here's a
More
tariff on your
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
It's going to be like, more Bitcoin's going to get made in the U.S. People are going to love it. They're going to see more Bitcoin made in the U.S. American-made Bitcoin.
Oh, your Chinese Bitcoin, you have a lot of tariffs, believe me, a lot of tariffs. Let's see these weekly setups. This one was a little bit of a trap, still moved up about 7% before going down about 9%. And then you got a quiet pump ski of 262%. It's okay, this one was a bear market move. led to a trap, but still had a nice move up. 42% before your COVID dump of 47%. Let's see if anything bearish lined up with there. Oh, very interesting. We had momentum flipping to the downside with volatility expansion before that COVID collapse, telling you we were likely going to get a nuke. That actually would, like, if you were looking at momentum and volatility at that point, you'd have gotten short before that COVID collapse, and that would have made you a fuck ton of money.
A lot of money.
There's one dude who's kind of famous on crypto Twitter. He goes by Crypto Michael. He was like, I think 16 or 17 when the COVID collapse happened, and he was short. He used to live in his mom's house. Sorted like one Bitcoin with 15x leverage, so it was with the leverage it was one Bitcoin. That one Bitcoin cashed out 27 Bitcoin after the COVID collapse in one day.
Oh, what a trade.
Glorious trade. But now, because he made that one trade, acts like a god.
Of course.
6%, very close to that 10% number. That seems to be the low end number of about 10%. And the medium number is somewhere around 40-ish%. On the higher end, it goes between 117 and 262. So we're not going to really bother with the higher end number. Unless we're George and say it's going to go 262% from here.
Yeah, why not?
21%. 262% from here would put Bitcoin over $300,000.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
Can I tell you what is the most challenging part about making videos like George? If we were gonna go that route,
What?
finding so many ways of saying that to Bitcoin, a big event is approaching. Like in how many ways can you tell people that a pump might happen every single day? And that's hard, man. That dude fucking works hard at coming up with those titles, and I don't think we have the talent to be able to do that. I'm just saying, putting it on the table, being realistic.
That's a very good point. I actually don't think I would be able to do that either.
No, after 3 of those, I'm done. I don't know what else can tell you that it's gonna get you hyped up on a pump.
So you'd have to ask ChatGPT what my next title is going to be.
It's an art. I would have to watch a lot more of Scott's live streams to figure out also another way of saying tailwinds.
Michael Saylor has collected the final Infinity Stone. Now he's going to snap his fingers and send Bitcoin to infinity.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good title.
52%, very close to 40s. And then the higher end move was about, which we're not really going to regard because we're not going to measure the higher end move, 89%. We'll just do the minimum and the mediums. This one's a lot more. One of the higher end moves, 180%. We're just focusing on the low end and the medium end. So right now we are currently up about 16%. So we have met the low end number. Let's go to the medium number of about 40%. And that would bring us very nicely to new all-time highs and basically exactly to that 50% at about $117,000. And we're coming from basically 0% volatility. So it doesn't seem that difficult to go to $117,000. 2-week is also now flipping to the upside on momentum. The last time we freshly flipped up to the upside on momentum and lost the bearish control zone was right about here, and we went to new all-time highs. So the other time before there, flipped up here on momentum, went to new all-time highs, flipped up here on momentum, and the bear market ended. So every single time the 2-week flips up on momentum, it either goes to new all-time highs or it's a very significant change in the price structure. Where the only time it didn't go to all-time highs, it's when it found a bottom on the bear market. So it seems to be a very significant momentum is flipping up on the 2-week. And that goes along with us holding this bottom 38.2%, making the median a natural magnet for price action. You remember that previous target of $117,000? It's only 3,000 below this median of $120,000. Very interesting. At this point, 2 Bitcoins will buy you 1 Lucid Air Sapphire at $120,000. Right now, we have a counterpoint on that is we do have a God mode sell signal in the background with the pink crossing below the yellow. So if we do end up marking this as a local bottom, to market as a local, but basically already been marked as a local bottom because we have closed over this wick high. This will be the first time that we ever had a god mode signal on the 2-week, and we barely really went down. And we didn't start a bear market, which goes along with that monthly bearish divergence. It's still possible that we could just completely put a nuke from here and enter into the bear market. But as of right now, I'm leaning less towards that bear market side. The bulls have actually been showing up. The bears had several opportunities to break this shit down, and they just couldn't do it. Bears are fatherless, and bears are cucks. Whenever stonks were going to like 47, 4,600. Bitcoin should have absolutely broke 70K at that point. No idea why it didn't. On the monthly, this is a little bit of worrying, sombering information, but we have 26 days left to go, and 26 days is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. Right now, momentum on the monthly is flipped down, but it is not confirmed, with volatility flipped up. The way to confirm this momentum to the downside is going to be if you close this candle red, but preferably if you lose this 5 EMA. If you lose this 5 EMA, very, very likely momentum is going to stay to the downside. And then at a minimum, we're going to get a move to $77,000. At that point, I'm going to feel like it's over, and we're probably going to keep breaking down. But I don't think that's going to happen. Right now, I'm thinking that based on this, in this monthly candle, we're very likely going to test this median, which is at about $110,000, which is why I think this week is going to be prime opportunity for getting positioned to the long side. Right now, the jewel it's on a sell signal, but it's still within the bullish control zone. So this is an area where it could flip around right at the edge of the bullish control zone and then make its way into the critical zone. And then that would be also an invalidation of this bearish divergence, which has already been invalidated on the RSI. Has not quite yet been invalidated on the jewel, but because it's been invalidated on the RSI, it's likely to be invalidated on the jewel. Go to the quarterly. Quarterly is now freshly flipped up on momentum, which makes it likely the monthly is not going to confirm that move to the downside. And the last time momentum freshly flipped up, it was in July of 2023 when we went to new all-time highs. The time before they were freshly flipped up was in April of 2020 when we went to new all-time highs. And then the time before there was freshly flipped up was in October of 2015 when we went to new all-time highs. 3 makes a trend. And the trend is now that whenever monthly momentum in the quarterly flips up, we go to new all-time highs. And every single time, we also came from basically 0% volatility to new all-time highs, which we have that right now. Now let's shift over to Tether. Let's switch gears.
Whoa. This is such a highly and elevated show. It's unbelievable. We should be on TV.
Trump just posted about on Trump coin.
You posted
Right
about
now.
the what?
Trump just posted about Trump coin's gala dinner. So this second. So apparently,
I'm checking to see if it already pumped. I have some.
It is slightly.
Oh.
Buddy's being real smart with this coin.
He has, unlike fucking Dave.
He's like, what a retard. Like, people would pay a lot of money to meet the dude. So if he says you gotta buy my coin, don't buy it.
Yep.
There was one of my friends back during the election who there was an event at Mar-a-Lago, and he asked me if I wanted to go with him. He was like, we can both go. It's a $100K campaign donation required, and we can do 50-50. I was like, bro, there's not a single person on the planet I would pay $50,000 to meet. I wouldn't pay $50,000.
You're not gonna really meet him. You know that, right? Like
you just get a picture, you shake his hand, and that's it.
Yeah. It's
You want to actually meet him, you got to put in money like Elon.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only way it really works.
Because Buddy has people giving him money all the time. He's president of the United States. 100K is not really that much.
Done. I just bought some Trump. Let's go.
I'm not going to touch it personally. On the monthly on Tether, we do have momentum flip to the upside, but the counterpoint is we put in a pretty ugly monthly candle. So sure, right now we are seeing a bounce, which is to be expected, but this bounce likely doesn't get much higher than this 21 EMA, which right now that it still is a little bit higher, which would go along with that slight move to the downside that I am expecting this week on crypto. But I do expect that to be a higher low on crypto and a lower high on Tether. That would be a pump of about from here to about 2% on Tether, which would go along with maybe a 4 to 5% dump on Bitcoin. Let's see what 4 or 5% brings us down to. Somewhere around $88,000 to $89,000. Very, very interesting.
I think
I
that
gotta
was the
clean.
important breakout zone that we haven't retested yet.
Might be. I have to clean off my computer for a second. I have too much bias on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Let's switch down. On the 2-week. Now we're freshly getting momentum switching down on the 2-week, getting below the moving average, rejecting the critical zone. And is that a lower high? It is indeed a lower high. Is that a higher high? Yep. Bearish divergence on the 2-week. And it is confirmed because we closed below 5.16. Yep, confirmed bearish divergence. And that would give us basically a target of hitting this 38.2%, which right now sits at 4.32%. But the confirmation of going to that level is going to be once you lose this median, which is at 5.1%. We're very close to that median right now. Weekly also shifted to the downside, trying to shift back up, but it's still below the moving average. This goes with a short-term bounce on Tether and a short-term pullback on crypto. But right now, momentum is trying to flip up, volatility is still contracting. And we have a confirmed sell signal on the jewel, which is no longer a fresh signal. It confirmed whenever this weekly ended. 5-day also pointed to the downside, very close to breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility expansion on the dump. Right now, this short we got mean reversion bounce. I'm expecting to get maybe a little bit higher to this 5 and 9 EMA, but very likely this rejects. It's in that same mid 5.2s. And this move likely takes us down to somewhere around this meme line, right around like 4.6, 4.7%, about 4.69% for the culture. And now we will switch to the very low time frames. Go to the 4-hour. 4-hour is still within the bullish control zone, still aiming for higher. While we have a fresh silver cross to the upside on the 4-hour, have we gotten it? And we've got a nice retest of this 9 EMA. So as long as we are holding over, ideally, like if you want to be super, what's the word? Conservative, you would hold this.
Oh.
There's a conservative hold this 38.2% for short. If you want to be aggressive, you would basically take any loss at this 5. Second, you go below the 5 EMA, then you would want to short, and you would aim for somewhere well, you can't even short Tether, but if it was something you could short, you would aim for this
Well,
silver
go in
cross to
Bitcoin.
really test it. Yeah. And what else? And the jewel is still giving you, it's still postured to the upside. It's shifted neutral, but it's starting to lose its curvature. So it does look like this is once again going to shift into a buy signal. Assuming you hold these cluster of EMAs, it likely will shift to a buy signal. What's going to even give you more confluence that it's going to shift to a buy signal and more confidence is if you can close over this wick high, which is at 5.18%. If that happens, then you'd likely go a little bit higher towards the 78.6%, mid 5.2s, goes along with your move to 88, 89K on Bitcoin, and then you get your dump ski on Tether and pump ski on Bitcoin. Let's go to the RSI.
Bless. Oh, I don't know.
That was a little weak of a ding.
It was a weak ding, and I don't know why you triggered a bless you from me. So that's my current mental state. There you go.
Salud.
Yeah, exactly.
So right now on Tether, if you notice this on the third quarterly, got a nice little shoulder right there, got a nice little head right there, got a nice little shoulder right there. Your neckline is right there. Once you break below this candle wick low, you will activate that head and shoulders. I'm not going to bother giving you a target because this is a negative number. They're going to pay you to hold every single tether. And what goes along with that head and shoulders is we currently have 3 drives of bearish divergence currently active on the Tether quarterly. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing below 5.85%. Your next target is the neutral zone, which right now sits at 3.58%. For the monthly on Tether. Monthly currently has hidden bullish divergence, which is just about to be invalidated. And it will be invalidated if you close below 4.94%. And that will give you a minimum target of hitting this neutral zone, which right now is at 3.99%, very close to our previous number. So we currently has bullish divergence, very close to being invalidated. It will invalidate if you close anywhere below 4.94%. And that will take you towards the simple moving average at an absolute minimum. And that right now sits at 4.91%. And then your next move is in the bearish control zone, which right now is at 4.11%, very close to 3.99. Weekly currently has bearish divergence active on Tether. it does make sense to bounce here because we came to the edge of the bullish control zone. And but the divergence is going to remain active as long as you're closing below 5.62%. And your next move right now is to the neutral zone, which will happen once you get ideally a close below this 21 EMA, and that will be about 4.37%. And then the bearish control zone lines up more with our previous targets at 3.17%. Somewhere in the threes is where we're looking for it to go on this next spike. Nothing on the 5-day. No, nothing on that one. 2-day still has active 3 drives of bearish divergence. Going to remain active as long as you're closing below about 5.21%. We're very close to the invalidating that number right now. Yeah, 5.21%. And if that does invalidate, that will give us a target of going somewhat slightly higher towards the edge of the bearish control zone, which right now sits at about 5.54%. Although I do think this number is going to update because it doesn't fit my bias, and I'm thinking 5.25 to 5.26. And right now, what goes along with that short-term move up on Tether and move down on crypto is the jewel is now losing the sell signal on the 2-day, and it's happening in the bearish control zone. Nothing on the daily, and nothing on there. Now let's switch gears to Bitcoin. Bitcoin still has active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly, just like Tether still has active bearish divergence. And instead of making a head and shoulders, we're making a beautiful United States pattern right here. Very nice. And right now, the next target on our bullish divergence is going to be the critical zone, which right now sits at a very retarded number. I think it's going to update, but right now it's at $526,000. One Bitcoin will buy you 2 Lucid Air Sapphires. On the monthly, we have active bearish divergence, very close to being invalidated on Bitcoin. And it will be invalidated with any type of close over about $95,150, which we are kind of below right now, but my bias is we are going to invalidate it this month. Watch us start a bear market this month. I'm never going to hear the end of it. And right now, the next target on your bearish divergence, if it remains active, which I don't think is going to happen, but right now it's at $71,300. And the confirmation for that is going to be any tick below, if this is not even that much of a move down, below 74.4. So it's not really that much help. When you go below 74.4, you're going to go to 71. That's like saying Bitcoin is at $93,923. Next is going to $93,925. 2-week has active hidden bullish divergence. Is it one? One drive of active hidden bullish divergence on this previous close, and it will remain active as long as you're closing above 74,441. And your next target is going to be the critical zone, which right now that's a little high. Actually, your first target is going to be the simple moving average. My bad. That's sitting at 97.4, and then your critical zone is at a retarded number of 338, which I do believe will update.
No, I'm sure it's coming. I don't know how to make the George voice. Damn it.
It's going. Oh, you got to pretend to be drunk. Yes, I didn't get to your words. It's going to $338,000, guys.
It's going to $100, guys. It's going.
Is that somewhat better?
Takes a swig of Hennessy. $338,000, guys. You got any more Hennessy, boys?
You know, I used to make that show Baking Baked, like where I was completely high as fuck, just trying to bake a cake. We should do a show where it's like we try to analyze the market, but we're absolutely demolished on whiskey or whatever.
That sounds fun. No more whiskey for me though.
Oh, I know.
But that would be quite fun. I remember I used to get on 1,000 milligrams, and I'm like, how's the dude even functional on 1,000 milligrams, let alone baking?
Who knows, man? Who knows?
It was because of you that I tried that spray, the THC spray.
So bad. Oh my God, it's so insane.
It's so easy to get so overdosed on that.
Well, yeah. I'm kind of, in a way, I'm glad that they made the law so that you can't get those amounts of THC. That was crazy.
Yeah, 1,000 milligrams in a bottle is enough to make the average person, like, because
Die.
most people take too much. They don't know you
Yeah.
got to wait like an hour for it to kick in. They wait 20 minutes. Oh, I don't feel it. This spray ain't shit. Take another 5 sprays. 30 minutes later, they're drooling on and laying down on the floor.
Yep. Not good.
The most I ever used was like 250, and I just went to sleep.
No, I don't know what I was thinking. Full 1,000 megs.
On the 5-day, if you notice here on the RSI, you got a nice little shoulder right there. You got a nice little head right there. Here's where we get our next shoulder, and that implies a short-term move to the downside on Bitcoin, which is the bias, and that would take us to, what is that? It doesn't line up with any of our RSI targets. So likely not all the way down to the bearish control zone, because that would be a move to $76,000, but likely a little bit of a move down. Does it line up with anywhere? Yeah, right here to the 5 EMA in this cluster. So it's 3-day. 3 days. A little worrisome. 3 days about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. That'll be 1, 2, 3 drives. And it will confirm with any type of close below $94,180. And that will give you not really that much of a move down. It'll give you a target of somewhere around these EMAs right here to about $90,000 to $89,000. Not really that much lower. Let's go. Oh, actually, it does give us an RSI target of the simple moving average, which is at $89,131. So it looks like my 89,150 target entry would be perfect. Maybe I'll move it up a little higher. That's a little too close for comfort.
Like 90.
Yeah, or maybe 89.5. On the 2-day, nothing. Daily, nothing. For the 4-hour. Oh, also nothing. Are we making? Let's make it made a lower low, so there's no divergence there. Let's go to the momentum. Actually, we'll do. I'll just go to momentum. Wrong one. There we go. Ding. Where's Tether? All right. Tether is pointed very heavily to the downside on the quarterly, breaking into the bearish control zone, and we will be pointed down below 5.67%. But here is a massive piece of hopium for bears. Although this is going to remain active even if we go to new all-time highs. So the hopium will still be alive. And this is what probably sends us into the bear market. Is you notice this low right here going along with this low? This low is a lot lower than this low. The price is making a significantly higher low, telling us as long as we're below this low here at 2.23%, we have possibility of hidden bullish divergence, and it will confirm with any close above 5.85%. And say we break down from here in Tether, say Bitcoin goes to new all-time highs, $130,000, even $160,000, but we stay above this low in Tether. Eventually, we're gonna make a local bottom on Tether, because right now you would have to close over 5.85%. On this next month, you're gonna have to close over 6.24%, and then as Tether breaks down, the number to confirm the divergence is gonna be lower and lower and lower. Eventually, you're gonna confirm it, and that will mark very likely the start of our bear market, which right now not confirmed. It's still just a possibility. Quarterly is monthly is still positioned to the upside, but you're getting now to the edge of the bearish control zone, which this pivot is likely going to go up and go up by a lot. This month, maybe it'll flip down, maybe it won't. That doesn't really matter. What matters is seeing where this pivot goes to after the monthly close. 2-week is still positioned to the upside, getting right to the edge of the bullish control zone. Likely moves up when it gets there. But right now, it is flipped up above 4.49%. Here's where it's going to start flipping down. Weekly is already flipped down, rejecting the critical zone, which likely bleeds into the 2-week, and it will be flipped down below 6.707%. And this pivot went up a lot, which is very bearish. 6.7% is all the way up here. It's above the 200 SMA. 5 days also pointed to the downside with a volatility setup pending. Last time we had a 5-day volatility setup, it went to the upside. Time before there, it went massively to the downside. And before there, went up. Before there, massively down. Somebody just signed into my trading view. hate when that happens is people know they're not supposed to use my account whenever I'm live streaming. They're lucky
Bad
I'm a
people,
nice
no.
They're lucky I'm a nice guy and don't change my password because of that.
I would. But I
Yeah,
also
I'm
like to
just,
see the world burn. So
I'm just a very nice guy, and I don't,
Mm.
I don't, I don't, I let people use my account because it says a lot of money worth of indicators on it. 5 days currently pointed down below 5.9%. But if somebody wanted to buy all these indicators, they'd probably have to spend like $4,000 or $5,000, and I've already spent it. So on the 2 day, come on, sometime today, we are currently pointed down. Pointed up, and we are in the critical zone, and we'll be pointed up about 5%. So what's likely to happen here is we're going to come back up towards the edge of the bearish control zone, and that's likely where we flip down. And daily is now just about to start expanding from 0% volatility. We still currently have a silver cross to the downside. So if we do continue to see a move up, maybe somewhere around that 5.2s, although I do expect this volatility setup to play out to the downside. I could be wrong. Maybe it'll play out to the upside and we'll break below 70K on Bitcoin. But I think this is going to play out to the downside on Tether, whereas Bitcoin is going to get a massive pump ski. Right now, we are pointed up on Tether on momentum, and we will be pointed up by 5.02%. The same idea is likely going to play out, which I just brought up in the other time frame, is that we're going to approach the edge of the bearish control zone. This pivot likely goes up a lot. That's where it likely flips down. And 4 hours now freshly flipping to the downside, still has volatility expansion, and it will be flipped down below 5.18%, which we're very close to right now. Switch to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is still pointed up on momentum, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're above $93,000. And right now, we're very close to getting over this meme line, which getting over this meme line sends us to well over $100,000 at about 104, although my first resistance point is 102. Monthly is positioned to the downside, although this pivot went down significantly, went down by $6,000, and we are pointed down below 100,500. And we have a monthly volatility setup brewing, where the last time we had a monthly volatility setup fire off, we went to new all-time highs. Before there, we had a volatility setup fire off. We had the Luna collapse and a 75% dump ski. Before there, we had a volatility expansion with a volatility setup on momentum, and we went to all-time highs. Usually, we either get a massive Dembski or new all-time highs off of these monthly setups. But right now, I am leaning towards new all-time highs. So we could also giving you that volatility setup, sitting at 4%. Last time we fired off, we went to new all-time highs. Time before that, we fired off, we went to new all-time highs. And before there, marked a bear market. Before the one before that was Luna collapse, 75% Dembski. Right now, 2-week is going to be pointed down below $100,000, 99,950. This used to be over 100,000, went down a lot. It was like 102s before. Weekly is already pointed up, and it's pointed up as long as you're above 76,850, which we're a lot above right now. And now we're exiting the bearish control zone, and the pivot is not going up even though we're exiting the bearish control zone. Tells you a lot, because if we were bearish, this pivot would have, even if we were still going to go up in the short term, this pivot would have went up significantly. But the fact that it didn't tells us that we're still pretty bullish. Whereas Tether, what I expect is when we get to this area on Tether, likely pivot goes up a lot. Let's go to the week 5-day. 5-day is now giving us a volatility setup, not one of the 15% ones, but it's still getting getting expansion from about 17%, which is below 20, and we're getting over the moving average now. And momentum is pointed up as long as we're above 78,700 or $800, and we are now in the bullish control zone on momentum on the 5-day. Last time we freshly entered the bullish control zone was right over here. We went to new all-time highs. See where else did we freshly enter the bullish control zone? Right over here, we went to new all-time highs. Let's just mark it with a vertical line when we went into the bullish control zone. Right here, right here. Mm. This one's not really as powerful because it didn't really go that low. Did it right there. 8. And let's do this one. That should be it. Each one of these was quite significant. From here, we went up 73%. Let's delete that one. From here, 57%. From here, so was it this one? 72%. This one, I believe I drew it wrong. Let's see. No. Over there. Yeah, so this one wasn't much of a move. This one was about 8%. 8% in traditional markets, they'd be creaming their pants. In crypto, we're like, oh, only 8%.
It's fucking gross.
Disgusting. I can't take 8% results home. How am I supposed to feed my family with only 8%? 39% for A plus 40s. Now let's see how much we've done so far. $3.85%. We haven't even done the 8% number. 8% roughly will bring us to about $102,000. What do you know? Wow. My bias is really feeling tickled right now. Today is currently freshly flipping to the downside, and it will remain down as long as you're below $96,950. It does go along nicely with that retest of this beautiful silver cross at around $89,000, and then we can send it. Then we can run it back turbo. Daily is currently giving us a volatility setup, and we are currently pointed down on the daily as long as you're below 96,700 to $97,000, let's say. Gives us a nice little retest of that $89,000 area, comes all the way down to this cluster of moving averages, and then we can send it, which would be a nice deviation of this 200 as well. People are probably going to get very bearish once we lose that 200. And 4 hours now freshly flipping to the upside with volatility expansion, and we will be pointed up as long as you're above $94,000. Which right now, however, the 4 hours very close to silver crossing, and as long as we're below 94.7, like we will silver cross to the downside, gets it's a nice little dump ski to this 100. It's probably a little bit lower, and that probably gives us that $89,000 bottom, and then we can go up. Which actually, now that I think of it, likely will be with this 200 as it moves slowly up. Right now, the 200 is at like 87.8, 88,000.
Can I
funny.
bring to your attention something?
Mhm.
On the daily, right? The SMA 200 and the EMA 100 were key. Once we lost the EMA 100, we started the breakdown, but once we lost the SMA 200 was really bad. But on the daily, it looks like the reclaiming of the EMA 100 is the breakout zone, which is to be retested. And the EMA 100 is lower than the SMA 200. The EMA 100, it's at 89,166 right now.
It's basically exactly the same area that I'm looking to get retested.
My man. My fucking man.
I'm going to front run it a little bit, though.
Of course.
And my middle name is Front Run. I front ran my own birth.
Run Gonzalez.
I front ran my own birth.
Sorry, go on, sir. My bad.
In the quarterly. Can you believe my parents didn't even attend my own birth? How sad.
Those bastards.
On the quarterly, we are on the higher time frames. Bitcoin is all starting to all align to the upside right now. I am shifting majorly from my bearish bias into a more bullish leaning one. I do you're seeing momentum on basically every single time frame flipped up except for the monthly and the 2 week, which I do think the weekly is going to bleed into the 2 week and the monthly. And I like to see that they're both basically around that $100,000 area, telling you that once you solidly reclaim
Wait,
$100,000.
oh, my internet fucking crapped out. Go on. Can you please repeat the last part one more time, just for me?
Yeah. So since the monthly and the 2 week are giving you basically the same pivot of around $100,000, it tells me that once you solidly reclaim 100,000, it's likely going to start full sending. And that's going to give us that weekly volatility setup. It's going to give us the 2 week volatility setup and the monthly volatility setup, which every single time that the monthly and the 2 week volatility setups have fired off, you've either went to a new all-time highs, or you've had like a 60 to 75% dump. Which right now, based on all of the time frames, quarterly and everything under the 2 week pointing up, I am leaning towards that breakout happening to the upside. Right now, based off the 2-day and the 3-day, I am looking for that silver cross to be retested, which goes along with the momentum of the low time frames flipping down, and that would be somewhere around 89,000 to like 89 to $90,000. My bias is somewhere around 89.1 to 89.3. Very likely holds that area for the next higher low, retest that 100 on the daily, and then we can send it to 102. I think 102 is likely going to reject. That's my first level of resistance. I don't think it's going to go very low. Maybe high 90s, like 99, 98. But from there, I'm expecting a move to all-time highs. And validation of all of this right now is going to be basically any tick below about $74,000, or if you want to do a close, any close below about $85,000. Actually, you could even use $92,000 on a weekly closing basis. Or if you that would be a closing if you get a weekly close below 92, was exactly 92.9, or any tick below 74. And then you would say that would tell you that you're likely going to break down and go significantly lower lows on this rally, probably below $80,000, $70,000, somewhere in the low 60s. This meme line probably somewhere around 62. Right now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to make a correction down to somewhere around 89. Very likely get a strong buyback there, put in a higher low, and then trigger our volatility setups into the hundreds. And Tether is lining up with that as well.
That's very nice. Two notes. One, because of the 2-week pivot and the other one changing at 99,000 whatever, that adds to my bias that 99,000 should be probably the top of the rally. If not, it's just going to crush towards the upside. So at 99, I'm taking profit on the long.
Beautiful.
If we get there. I'm out.
It's a hell of a profit.
And once we reclaim over 100, I'll enter another long. So I'd separate those two ideas just based on that pivot and my bias. So that would just be moi. And then right here, let me add to your bias. The meme line is still the same. Right here, sir. Right where the EMA 100 is, 88 163. This is 88 986. So they would be incredible if we get to see another one of these. It just comes retest right here, and then bam, shoots us off. Like, take advantage of the whole channel, baby. That'd be swell as fuck.
That'd be very wonderful. Touching meme line tips.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Patiently waiting, dude. Patiently waiting. I'm not in a rush. Let's get this fucking going. Fucking beautiful. Thank you, boys.
Exactly. It's not gay if it's meme lines.
Exactly. It's not gay if it's meme lines. Touching tips. Rivian's next. Alex is going to do Rivian, and then you, sir, Broadcom. Let us go. Broadcom. Okay, damas y caballeros, estamos viendo.
Would you mind spelling that for me?
Broadcorn. I sent it on the chat.
Okay, appreciate it.
It's right there. Thank you. Estamos viendo Bitcoin en la diaria. Podemos ver que Bitcoin está dentro de nuestros canalillos, funcionando perfecto, agarrándose por acá, y ahora estamos cayendo. La pregunta es, ¿a dónde, qué tanto y por qué? La cosa acá es, creemos que hicimos tope por acá, y esto también podría ser interesante de pensar por cómo está hecho, donde tu invalidación serían los 99,444. Por ahora nosotros creemos que es hora de buscar longs, seguimos creyendo que es hora de buscar longs Y la cosa es dónde. Estamos encontrando spots por acá, más o menos donde está el precio. También en los 90 y un poco abajo de los 90, que sería la oportunidad dorada, ¿no? Vamos a verlo y analizarlo desde lejos, sobre todo cuando vemos que volatilidad está preparándonos un setup delicioso y potente. Vamos a ver la trimestral, como siempre, empezando por acá en temporalidades altas. Podemos ver que Bitcoin una vez más está regresando justamente a la parte alta de la vela donde había cerrado antes, que en 93.290. Se parece ser una zona de soporte bastante interesante, bastante alcista esto, todavía se ve. Pueden ver los bajos más altos por todos lados. Vamos a ver volatilidad. Uy, se vuelve a empezar a dar la vueltecilla, empieza a enseñarnos un poco de no traer esta misma fuerza que traía antes, aunque el setup de volatilidad viene desde lo más bajo que ha estado en la trimestral. Para la gente que no sepa qué es esto, este es un indicador de volatilidad que se llama BBWP, B de bebé, BB, o sea, BB, WP de pendejo. Y la línea de colores es la volatilidad, la línea blanca es el promedio de la volatilidad, arriba es el 100%, abajo es el 0% y nosotros ponemos líneas memes el 15% para buscar los mejores setups. Por ahora, este es el setup más fuerte que ha existido en esta tabla, pero estamos viendo justamente cómo se está doblando nuestra volatilidad acá en vez de ir derechito y eso nos está enseñando un poco la debilidad que estamos viendo. Van a ver después de esta vela acá. Entonces, desde acá hemos estado yendo de lado, básicamente. Ok, con eso dicho, voy a aprender el HPDR, que en esta sí tenemos suficiente información para que lo vean en la trimestral, donde nuestro tope es un alto histórico de la zona azul en literalmente $113,800 por hora. Nuestra media está en los 88,392, lo que también agrega un poco de confluencia en nuestro análisis de a dónde caería el precio para rebotar y después ir a buscar estos 113,000. Sería por acá. Interesante. Vámonos a la mensual. Por ahora podemos ver nuestra volatilidad está yendo al punto más bajo en toda la historia de la tabla mensual, efectivamente, y vamos a ver si se llega a meter por debajo del 15% y después salir. Esos son los mejores setups de volatilidad. Por ahora esto nos dice que viene un movimiento bastante agresivo. Esta vela mensual, todavía faltan 26 días y 10 horas para cerrar. Parece que está haciendo un front run rechazo de la media y nos está llevando para abajo. Es una vela topera también, lo que nos hace pensar que, uy, ve, esto podría ser el tope de esto. Pero abajito podemos notar que nuestro promedio del 5 justamente está en los 90,222 y el 9 está en los 85,352. Por lo que por debajo de los 85,000 le daríamos preferencia a ir a buscar los 74,000 y si barremos este mínimo estaríamos hablando de los $69,000. Ese sería el escenario donde dirías, no estamos equivocados en el long. Donde entras, si es que tienes mucha suerte, por esta zona más o menos, entre acá. Y esto debería de ser tu stop loss, tus 85,300. De perderlos, básicamente estás asegurado casi ir a buscar nuevos mínimos locales. 2 semanas. 2 semanas entrando en la zona azul después del rechazo. Entrando en la zona azul nos da una preferencia, o más bien, nos da más probabilidades de ir a los $109,000, que es donde se encuentra la media. Ahí es donde podríamos topar, podríamos ir a los 113, etcétera. Lo han visto antes. Y acá nuestra parte baja de la zona azul está en los 91,736, donde pensaríamos que mínimo debería de venir retestear antes de ahora sí que venir a apoyarse y brincar, ¿no? Eso también se podría dar justamente por acá, donde vemos nuestro promedio del 9 en los 90,760, que está junto a nuestro promedio del 5, y también el 50% que se encuentra. ¿En dónde está este 50%? En los 87,625. Aquí es donde sería nuestra máxima zona de oportunidad, una vez más combinada con lo que estamos diciendo, que venga y haga esto el precio de los Bitcoin. Y ya ahí veremos paso a paso si este va a ser el tope, si va a estar acá arriba, si van a ser los 100,000. Paso a paso lo vamos a ir manejando. En cuanto a volatilidad se refiere por acá, podemos ver que también estamos creando un setup muy potente de volatilidad, donde ya hasta el promedio está debajo también del 15%. Nuestra volatilidad está en 4,37%, preparando el zambombazo. Vámonos a la semanal. Habíamos tenido este setup un poco al estilo de Hamas. No podemos decir eso en Dubái, pero aquí desde Estados Unidos se puede. Y este setup de Hamas explota la alza y después se volteó instantáneamente y muy rápido para abajo. Al ver este setup yéndose para abajo, está contrayendo y nos está preparando otro setup bastante fuerte en cuanto a volatilidad, a la expansión de la volatilidad se refiere, y eso nos dará un movimiento agresivo en el precio. Tenemos esta vela topera y esperaríamos no tener ningún cierre semanal. Todavía faltan 6 días y 9 horas, así que toda una semana para no cerrar debajo de los 92,817. Cualquier cierre debajo de eso estarías confirmando esta vela topera y te daría más probabilidades de venir a la zona baja de la zona azul, que es el 81.500 dólares. Eso es obviamente después de perder esta zona. Cinco días tenemos un poco esa volatilidad en expansión. Por ahora, esta expansión de volatilidad no viene del 15%, viene de arriba. Solamente no sé por qué me adelanté. Pueden verlo por acá, está apenas cruzando por encima del promedio. No entramos por debajo del 15%, lo habíamos hecho antes, pero fue el regreso. Un poco lo que estamos viendo en la mensual, en la semanal, pero ya empieza a empujar acá. Vamos a ver si esta vela se queda en rojo. Nos da una entrada por acá en el promedio del 9, que está en los 89,395, o tal vez hasta la media en los 86. Aquí es donde empiezas a ver un poco más agresiva el movimiento del reajuste, ¿no? Para buscar ese nuevo mínimo. Y esta es la pregunta que todos se van a hacer. Lo que personalmente recomendaría para este trade es muy poco apalancamiento. Poco apalancamiento para que tengas espacio a moverte. Ahora, seas de los que quieres posicionar ahora en 93, seas de los que quieres posicionar en 92,500, seas de los que quieres posicionar en 91,300, ¿no? Dependiendo en dónde estés viendo, menos apalancamiento te va a ayudar a eso. ¿Por qué? Porque tu stop loss está muy abajo en un long, güey. O sea, estás hablando de hacer un long acá, donde estamos ahorita, tu invalidación está aquí abajo en los 74,000 dólares. En realidad son los 85 para abajo en cierre, pero aún así es bastante alta la probabilidad de que el precio baje, más de lo que tú piensas. Entonces ahí es donde usas menos apalancamiento, no pones toda la posición de una y te esperas. Y tienes que tener una invalidación concreta, ¿ok? 86,290, aquí es la media que me da a mí un poco más de confluencia con mi 85,500, que fue lo que habíamos visto en la de 2 semanas. Vamos a ver. ¿Cuál era? ¿O la semanal? Bueno, la semanal tenemos el 34 en básicamente 85. Ok, vamos a ver la de 2 días. Y mi volatilidad, volatilidad ya está contrayendo después de haber empujado el precio a estos niveles y estamos teniendo el rechazo de la media que se encuentra en los 94,400 del libro. Acá nuestra primera parada deberían de ser los 92,737 y de no poder aguantar esa zona, la parte baja de la zona azul se encuentra en 90,667. Pero en la de 2 días tienes un cruce plateado bastante potente. Esto nos sugiere que el 9 será una muy buena oportunidad. Pero también puede retestear el 21 sin problema alguno. Y la parte del 50% que se encuentra una vez más donde está nuestra línea meme. También en la de 2 días, la zona importante a romper a la alza fue el 100, el promedio del 100 acá se encuentra en los 86,467. ¿Por qué es importante tener eso en mente? Porque normalmente donde tienes la ruptura a la alza es donde vienes a retestear. Y esta fue la ruptura a la alza que vamos a tener que retestear. Ahora va a pasar ahí o se los pongo en la diaria, donde nos está rechazando el promedio el 9 y el 5 también junto con nuestra línea meme por acá. Ni siquiera venimos a intentar ir a la media. La parte baja de la zona azul está en 93,000 dólares, pero atentos, esto es algo que quiero que vean. Déjenme quito el HPDR para que se vea claro y les voy a dejar solamente mi promedio del 100 y mi promedio del 200 para que lo vean limpio. Personalmente, en la diaria, lo que yo estoy viendo es que por más que hayamos, sí, caído del 200 y todo esto, y el 200 fue importante, el 100 fue el primero en romper y el 100 fue el que nos catapultó. La razón por la que yo veo que el 100 fue el que nos catapultó fue esta. Rechazo del 200, soporte en el 100 y yéndonos para arriba. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Vas a venir a retestear uno de estos dos de estos promedios, güey. Acá en 90, 400 o en 89, 157. A mi gusto, te va a dar una jugada estilo esta, donde te va a dar los dos y para arriba. Y eso es lo que me da todavía más bias en la computadora. Que vamos a ir muy cerca a esta zona meme. Por lo que entre 90, 80, 89, 500 es donde yo haría un front run para mi long en esta zona, si es que se da. Ahora, cambiaría de opinión simplemente tomando la parte alta de esta zona, de esta línea meme en los 94, 800, y veo que el precio retoma esto y se queda acá. Ok, no va a bajar tanto, pero por ahora tiene cara que nos va a dar justamente ese setup. También en la diaria tienes un setup de volatilidad calentándose delicioso en la parte muy, muy baja. Todavía viene el promedio agresivamente para abajo. Eso quiere decir que todavía hay tiempo para esto. 4 horas tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída y consolidación de lado. ¿Dónde tienes tu promedio del 100? Está justamente en los 92, 682. Y ahí también sería una zona importante para ver si puede aguantar el precio de los bitcoins. Pero déjenme pongo mis promedios acá. Y también mi HPDR, porque pueden ver que en la de 4 horas ya nos rechazó la parte baja de la zona azul y eso nos debería llevar mínimo a los 92,800, de perder los 91,195 y hasta los 90,622, que es el 88,3%. Tenemos el SMA 200 hasta acá abajo en la de 4 horas en los 87,748. Y se puede dar, sería un movimiento bastante agresivo, pero esto tiene cara de que vamos a retestear estas zonas y de ahí explotar a la alza. Seguimos viendo momentum a la alza, estamos viendo la dominancia de Tether caer abruptamente, la dominancia de Bitcoin subir, por lo que todo está listo y premiado para que esto tenga un rebote agresivo y vaya a la alza, a mínimo los 99,000, si es que se da ese rebote. De ahí ya veremos personalmente, y esto es algo que yo le estaba diciendo a Farhan y a Alex, yo voy a dividir mi movimiento acá. Me estoy metiendo en un long donde entre. No voy a esperarme a sacar dinero en los 113,000, en altos históricos, no. La primera donde voy a vender toda mi posición son los 99. De nuevo, ha tenido muchísima resistencia en los 99, entonces voy a hacerlo ahí. Vi que el pivote de la de 2 semanas bajó ahí en momentum, y cuando veo que empiezan los pivotes de momentum a bajar a algún lado, el precio no solamente es atraído a ese precio, a los 99, eso quiere decir que muy probablemente los vayamos a tocar, pero muchas veces funciona como una resistencia o soporte muy importante ante el precio. Entonces, por ahora, ¿dónde sabemos si estamos mal de que vamos a venir aquí a la baja? Retomando el promedio del 9 en la diaria, que está en 94,441, y después consolidar por encima de 94,814, me haría pensar que no vamos a ir a ver esto. ¿Qué lo confirmaría? Un subidón por encima de esta vela, que son 97,948. Si llegamos a pasar esta vela a lo alto, vamos a continuar y este escenario se perdería. Como también nos equivocamos si el escenario se da donde cae el precio acá y continúa abajo de los 85 para estar seguro, 85, 86,000 en cierres, es donde lo cortarías. Es un trade con demasiado, ¿cómo se dice? Margen de error, por lo que recomiendo muy poco apalancamiento para los cerdos que van a entrar en él como su tío Salo. Ahí lo tienen. Eso es los bitcoins. Vamos a ver Rivian, damas y caballeros, como de que no. We're ready, sir.
All right, let's take a little looky-poo at this. All right, so it's very crucial in my opinion. I mean, you kind of already can basically just see what I'm going to say. We need to start seeing bulls step in here. SMA 200 has to hold. I mean, anytime you reclaim it and then lose it, specifically though, along with a meme line on Rivian, you end up putting in a bearish retest before going down. So how that would look like today would be the 2-day loses the SMA 200. You'd be gauging for a move back up to that, and then you would be looking for weakness down. Next target would be closer to that daily EMA 9. What this move would do, this bearish retest, would potentially silver cross on the daily, if you can see that. You need just a little more up for this 2-day EMA 21 to actually cross above the 55, giving you that silver cross, giving you a high probability entry around that $12.60. Till then, though, you're just sitting on your hands waiting and hoping, if you are bullish, that bull step in here. It daily gives you confluence of this idea, meaning that, you know, as long as we're under essentially $13.70, $13.69, you are going to be at resistance. Now, the daily should get some kind of bounce here, ideally. This is the first test of the silver cross officially, or I guess you didn't actually even hit it yet, which is at basically $13.09. So, you know, bulls and bears are looking for, in my opinion, another move back up to around $13. Bears are looking for that bearish retest on the SMA 200. Bulls are looking for expansion at the daily silver cross. You'll know this is going to go up, though, when we actually start reclaiming back above $13.70. And I don't mean, you know, just 2 closures, but I mean consistently like 2 to 3 holding above and then expanding from there. Here you closed above, you held it, and then unfortunately you just could not hold above this zone, even on 3 closures. You know, and that's just sometimes how this is. Specifically with Rivian, it's always max chop, usually. Now let's look at the HPDR in the lower time frames and see if we can see anything, right? And so if you start losing the daily 9, you start deviating $13.69, you know, your logic says to look for some bounce at least here. This then could very well put in that bearish retest. We have the SFP play here. This would be the short. Or you're, again, looking for potentially a bounce off the daily 9. And then if you get any daily closure back above that $13.69, this to me then could start looking like the next higher low, and taking out this wick high at $14.16 would confirm the daily uptrend and this solidifying the higher low, which will be important for potentially this new range in the future. So, you know, it's very clear cut and dry on the lower time frames like the daily, the 2-day. You're just kind of waiting to see what happens. But regardless, either way, you are still looking for some kind of bounce back to $13.50. And that just makes sense to me. You either get that bearish retest or you get the SFP play. Weekly, you know, it's, again, we need to start seeing this move up because, you know, anytime the weekly does deviate this $13.69 each and every time, it just leads to, you know, more downside moves. The only time it didn't was here. But I mean, you SFP'd, then you went up, you put in a wick high rejection, and then on this actual deviation is where you went down. So far with the amount of data we have, we definitely can say that $13.69 is very important for Rivian. Bulls are looking for essentially a move back up there to hold and simply just hold the daily 9. You know, this will actually be, in my opinion, not the worst if we can potentially just hold this zone. This again is just looking potentially like a retest of the monthly 9. My apologies. This is significant because the monthly 9 is coming in right around $12.96. Really not too far off from, you know, kind of major support around this zone. It could even look something like this, where you put in the bearish retest, you come down, and like I said, you simply retest the 2-day silver cross. That's right around where the monthly 9 is. This should give us a nice throwback, right? Breakout, throwback, should hold, and then we move up. So regardless, to me, it just seems like we have, you know, more lower time frame bearishness, but that's just eventually going to turn into macro bullishness. And what do I mean by that? Well, we understand that the 2-day and the daily are deviating. This can give us a bias of at least going back and testing the $12 to like $12.60 to maybe all the way to $12.30. This gives us confluence of, if this does silver cross within the next closure, that this is the zone you should be gauging. And why this would bleed into the macro is because then we have a nice shift, right? We're reclaiming the monthly 9. This is potentially going to be the back test of it, right at $12.90. And ideally, this will move towards $16, towards that monthly 21. The monthly 21 is extremely important for Rivian because you have not even been able to test this because it's only populated since, I mean, when did it populate here? 2023. So you just have not hit it one time. You have to gauge that as a major rejection point. You would already be gauging that as so simply based on monthly trend, would you not? Lower high, lower high. Okay, cool. Holds the throwback. You launch up like Rivian always does every single quarter, always puts in these big squeezes, always. And I didn't know this until Alejandro mentioned it. But then when you start really analyzing, you're like, oh, yeah, she's a dirty whore. Pardon my French. She loves to do the dirty moves. Yeah, she really does. So dirty to me would be a very shallow, lower high, perfect test of the 21. And then this potentially could really give bears the momentum they need to reject us. Because what you're noticing is you're flirting around the monthly 9. Sometimes you reclaim it, most times you lose it, right? Sometimes you reclaim it, most times you lose it. So if we understand that this whole move down has just been driven by the monthly 9, then why wouldn't I gauge the 21 being that stellar diamond resistance for Rivian, specifically when we're at the 100% on the monthly as well? So we're basically now in a new range. Rivian to me is definitely more corrective, but remember, we're just within this range now. We wanted to go into this range, but now we're back into this. So if the daily 9 starts getting lost, that's my sign that we're most likely going to go back down to $12.60 to maybe $12.30. That should be a major opportunity zone. As long as we're holding above $12.30, I am bullish on Rivian. And that just makes sense based on where the monthly 9 is, right around the $12.90. You need the $12 zone to hold. Even here, the 78.6% is right at $12.71. So yeah, maybe you wick down a little bit to 12.30, should act as a spring. But, right, downside gets totally diminished if we start reclaiming back above $13.75. Very simple. I mean, you would be gauging this to be in a daily uptrend, and the next higher low needs to be made anywhere before $12.73. So anywhere around here, right, should be the higher low if daily trend is going to hold. So therefore, you would be gauging the daily 9 to basically grind out the next higher low. Reclaim 1370 takes you up to 1520. It's very important, that $15, $16 range, because unfortunately, Rivian is still in a very big downtrend. I mean, things really haven't shifted. And we talked about this move here. When we went up and liquidity grabbed all the way up to 1665, I talked about this scenario making it extremely hard for bulls then to actually trend shift. Because you literally have to get back above there for that to trend shift on the bi-monthly. So, you know, you got definitely some things here to work with. In my opinion, you should just be sitting on your hands, though. You know, you're kind of just waiting, right? You're not aggressively longing on the first tap, but rather you're watching and seeing if we keep respecting the bullish price structure, right? Into tomorrow, if we bounce off of this zone, not take this low out and start moving up, it's a good sign. But you're really just kind of gauging the reaction. This is kind of a hard spot to trade, in my opinion. And if you are really trying to long this, you're way better off either taking the extremity long at the 38.2%, the 2-day EMA 100, the 2-day silver cross once it does cross within the next close, and the monthly EMA 9, which would mean that the better long is technically 5% away, basically, or you're waiting for a reclaim of $13.73, and at that point you'll take a long and you'll just have a manual closure if any loss of the 2-day SMA 200. The SMA 200 is very important for Rivian, though. I mean, there's only been a handful of times we've gotten above it, and each times have led to pretty brutal drops across the board. Right here, here, and here. So this is very significant. We've deviated it 3 times. I have to, in my degenerate brain, have to look at that as like, okay, well, we've messed with this 3 times. There's a power of 3. This is the 4th one potentially. Is this going to be the reclaim now? Maybe. You start seeing this 2-day SMA 200 get reclaimed. That'll be a major shift for me. The reaction off the reclaim of the 2-day SMA 200 literally led Rivian up 12%. So it's a very strong spot for bulls to step in if we can hold it. That's why, it's not a good sign that it's already deviating and this is closing in 4 hours and 39 minutes, but very well could get a bounce, specifically if like ES1 starts getting a bounce and churning green. Rivian definitely can get a move up to $13.62 within 4 hours very easily. And if it does that, then we're getting that reclaim long scenario, and this just plays into the bear trap scenario. So it's very important today to kind of watch how this kind of develops. Let me check the 3-day.
The daily is the biggest piece of shit in the universe. It puts a top candle, then it has a red candle right next to it that doesn't confirm and closes all fucky. And today's going down, bouncing on the EMA 9, and it might just close above that because this market open feels like it's going to end up in green. So if that happens, we get above. Yeah, we get above 1371, then you can absolutely tell that top candle to go fuck itself.
Then this will be a bear trap. Yeah, no, I didn't even notice this evening star here. Yeah, and it'll play into the bear trap. And bears who are front running the daily 9 deviation gets smoked and it holds, and we silver cross on the 2-day and we move up because we do have a silver cross on the daily. So this is the zone, and you should be gauging this to move you back above that 2-day SMA 200. And like I said, you don't have to then get a pullback and bearish retest of silver cross. You could just simply move up above 1370. This will silver cross then. And then you have an easy metric where you're either then going to hold above 1370, have this daily 9 move above the EMA 100, which is significant, by the way. Very few times where this EMA 100 on the 2-day moves above the EMA 100. It's important to kind of see the dynamic here because, Rivian to me is looking more bullish than bearish, but we just can't disregard this spot. This spot is always very important for Rivian. It's always important. It's either a reclaim and we break out, or we're just going to deviate and reject. And, that's why it's just going to be very important to see how this closes. We have a 3-day as well. And the 3-day could be playing into, the bear trap scenario where this was churning into a massive shooting star. Watch it close above the EMA 100 and close more in doji posture. Would be good. But even on the 3-day, you see just how important 1370, 1369 is, right? The 3-day EMA 100 has been rejecting us solidly. Even this short here would have printed nicely. You can see here, we didn't full on reject, did we? We didn't full on reject like we did here, and basically here, you barely rejected. I have to look at that as somewhat of strength. I even have the median shifted all the way down. And so to me, it seems like if we do start heading down and we start moving down aggressively, $12.30 seems like the spot, right? That's like, to me, in all time frames I'm looking at, that just keeps coming up. It's like the spot. You start losing this, okay, we'll consider that then to be a major loss of support. Monthly 9 potentially could then lose that. But even here at 1230, that is right where the monthly 9 is, right in this zone here. So, it's like, yes, downside likely around this zone, but it's very shallow is what I'm looking at it to be. And then even the 3-day here is expanding on extreme low volatility. And I mean, this move is just starting basically, which kind of gives me bias of this potentially just being a shallow pullback and maybe bull step in before the daily close. If you're uber bullish, you're literally looking at this candle to close back above 1370 before the day. If it's uber bullish, that's what needs to be done. If it's not extremely bullish, but still bullish, you'll be looking at this to reject, trap bears, retest $12.30 before moving up and then expanding. So it's just this or that. Wrong if we start losing $12.30. I'm very wrong on that. then we have to start looking at a lot lower, around $11, in my opinion. But till then, it's looking better than not on Rivian. So yeah, that's all I really have on Rivian. It's pretty straightforward. You're just kind of watching today, very simply. I know some like to trade the 55. I don't, but I can use it to give me my bias that this pullback should just be shallow and we should start moving up from here. Right? You start losing this zone, you start losing the daily 9. Okay, cool. We'll bid the weekly 9 and we'll watch this flip, right? What was major resistance into major support. We've not actually back tested that. This was a front run. So yeah, it's like even on the weekly, look at that, $12.60. So no matter what time frame you look at on a monthly, let's look at the 2-week, right? Let's see here, 2-week here, monthly 9's right around there as well. Just seems more likely than not to hold. Makes sense to reject here as well. I mean, we were about to break out on the 2-week with volatility now fully reset. Seems prime to me. Oh wow, we actually have the lowest 2-week volatility ever recorded in Rivian's history. Very interesting, actually. Yeah, that's interesting. That is like very low. And I think even the monthly has the lowest volatility read. Yeah. And it's itching, right? The moving average price is, they're all getting close. So, I mean, yeah, Rivian's looking quite interesting to me. I mean, from this monthly 9, let's say we go to the $12 zone. Let's just say we get a move at 12.74. Yeah, I mean, to the 21, that's a 28% move. That's a pretty monstrous move. And then you go to the 34, you get that bi-monthly trend shift, potentially 70%. So, I mean, just if you're trying to trade Rivian, I just stick to the monthly, very basic. Monthly seems to just tie it all together. Bounce off monthly 9 should hold, take you to the 21. That should reject, and monthly trend should take precedent. And then possibly this rejection of the 21 is what sends this down to around $8 to $7. So, and we'll have to see.
Want to see something that will probably piss a lot of people off? This is a head and shoulders, right? Like an inverse head and shoulders right here. You know when this happened? When this broke out was basically June of 2024, but it started May of 2024 right here. It's May of 2025. On May of 2024, we went from $10 all the way to $18. We are coming down, like, there's this fucking absolute downtrend that we've been in, right? Great. Awesome. This is just a daily chart. There's an inverse head and shoulders right here.
Yeah.
2, 3. Breakout right here. So what is it doing right now? Before it goes
that's
up.
how
Exactly.
That's how I see it too. So your chart gives me more bias on that shallow pullback, and it should hold ideally around the 12s.
It's got everything, like even repeated history, which Rivian loves doing in here to tell us that we're going to go towards a higher target to then take a massive pullback again. So there you go. That's pretty fucking interesting. Rivian doing the same thing over and over again. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Tenemos Rivian y lo estamos viendo en una tabla diaria. Déjenme lo pongo en la semanal a ver si se ve más claro. Me acerco en la semanal. Vamos a ver. Pueden ver, hemos estado en una tendencia bajista. Creo que es bastante obvio para todo el mundo y fácil de ver. Venimos de haber llegado a, creo que fue 140 y tantos dólares el pico, y ahorita estamos cotizando en $13.36. Pero hemos estado haciendo altos más bajos, todo esto, pero hemos estado haciendo bajos más altos desde el 2024 en abril. Abril del 2024, que después nos llevó a mayo del 2024, y mayo del 2024 nos llevó a este tope de $18. Recuerden que a Rivian le encanta repetirse. ¿Qué pasó en mayo del 2023? This is May of 2023, by the way. A year before. Towards July. En mayo del 2023, estamos aquí abajo en los niveles de los 13 y nos vamos hasta $27. En mayo del 2024, estamos en esta zona. ¿Qué pasa? Pegamos acá y nos vamos hasta $18. En mayo del 2025 estamos preparando algo sabroso. ¿Qué tenemos acá en este gráfico? Tenemos un hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso en la diaria. En esta no se ve tanto y no cumple en la semanal no lo cumple, pero en la diaria vean esto. Una vez más, el mismo patrón que antes. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. ¿Cuál es el breakout? Literalmente esta línea amarilla que viene en diagonal para abajo. Ahora el precio de Rivian va, te da un putazo para acá. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes que venir a retestear la zona del breakout antes de irte a tu siguiente nivel. Rivian tiene todos los ingredientes en este momento para dar un reventón a la alza. Otro reventón a la alza al que muy probablemente va a regresar una vez más o a mínimos históricos o a verlos otra vez, para que entiendan esto y no se lo queden a largo plazo todavía, ¿ok? Esto es lo que está haciendo Rivian. Hay ejemplos sobre cada año, vete a ver la tabla y regrésate. Ahora, con eso dicho, la diaria, vean lo sucio que lo está jugando. Te pone una vela topera el jueves pasado. Esta vela topera te pone esta vela despuesito, donde abre en los $14, se cae por debajo de la vela topera diciéndote, esto va a confirmar, carnal, se va a ir todo al pito para sacar a toda la gente que se subió acá, ¿me entienden? Toda la gente que se subió acá, chido. Aquí arriba te dijo, nos vamos al carajo. Esta vela de hoy abre justamente donde tiene que confirmar, en los 13.70 a la baja, cae hasta nuestro soporte, hace un front run del 9 y ahora está acá. No me sorprendería para nada ver a Rivian terminando el día en positivo con un belongo por encima de los 13.70. Pero también eso sería la jugada más asquerosa del mundo. Pero también tranquilamente podemos ya haber rebotado acá y vamos a dar esa continuación a la alza o vamos a venir a donde está el 200, porque el 200 en realidad nos dio el último SFP. El SMA 200 debería de ser nuestra última zona de oportunidad, la más cabrona, antes de este súper empuje a la alza. Ahora, tienes también un cruce plateado aquí a la alza jugando, y esto se dio acá, donde puedes decir, bueno, ya jugó, se puede decir, pero si analizamos esto bien, vamos a empezar en la mensual. Un segundo. Bueno, Alejandro, estás perdido, brother. En la mensual nunca hemos venido a retestear nuestro promedio del 21. Nunca. Acaba de popular apenas. Si pueden ver, es la línea amarilla que viene por acá abajo. Nunca lo hemos retesteado. Y nuestro promedio del 21 está en los 16.36. Eso nos haría hacer que acá un alto más bajo que este y que este, para dar continuación después a la baja. ¿Se va a detener ahí o va a continuar hasta el 34 y crear un nuevo máximo local e irse a los $22 y después de ahí caer? No sabemos, vamos a tener que jugarla poco a poco. Ahorita vamos a analizar con el HPDR exactamente cuáles son los escenarios que se están dando. Pero a tomar en cuenta que nuestra volatilidad en la mensual está en la parte más baja de toda la historia de la tabla por bastante. Todavía no por debajo del 15%, pero ahí va. Es algo que tener en mente. Rivian está preparando un movimiento explosivo, cosas que agregan un poco más de confluencia a lo que estaba diciendo el rebote. Pueden ver ahí la línea azul. Ese es mi promedio del 9, justamente en los 12.95, que se junta con esta línea meme, y no me sorprendería ver a esta vela mensual. Perdón, voy a estornudar. Un segundo. Ok, listo. Se rompieron mis audífonos. Perfecto. Venir acá y después dar ese San Pompase, ¿ok? Voy a poner el HPDR también ahora para ver qué nos dice. También en el HPDR podemos ver que estamos muy por encima acá. Se podría llegar al 95, que son los 15, o también, digamos, hasta el 100%, lo ha hecho antes en la tabla, que son justamente los 16 con esto. Interesante definitivamente en la mensual verlo así, porque puedes ver que está cerca del tope. Y puede ser que el tope vaya a ser justamente antes de en los 16.59. Eso empieza a darle un poco empieza a alimentar mi bias un poco más. Ahora, la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas también puedes ver que la parte alta por acá en los 17 o 16, el 61.8% es normalmente lo que nos detiene. Cuando tiene demasiada fuerza el precio, algo en el empuje llega hasta el 78.6%, pero yo esperaría un retroceso justamente el 61.8% viendo este gráfico así. Vienes rebotando, está rechazándote el promedio del 34, no llegaste al 50%, te está metiendo en la zona azul y ahora vienes, perdiste el 9, al principio perdiste el 21, pero lo volviste a retomar y ahora estás justamente lidiando con mi línea meme, está aquí. Importante a pasar 13.16 a la alza. Importante no perder 12.57. Una vez más, 12.57 vuelve a aparecer. En la de 2 semanas, Rivian tiene un setup de volatilidad. Denme un segundo y se los enseño. El setup de volatilidad y es el primero en toda la historia por debajo del 15%. Lo que nos dice que el movimiento que va a venir con este setup de volatilidad va a ser muy, muy, muy potente para Rivian. Se rechazó el 34. Bueno, hasta ahora, ¿eh? En la de 2 semanas. Todavía faltan 4 días y 5 horas para cerrar esta vela. Nos gustaría, si somos alcistas, poder ver un cierre por encima de los 14.20. Semanal. Semanal tiene expansión de volatilidad del punto más bajo en toda la historia. Lo pueden ver acá. Esa expansión está ocurriendo justamente acá. Esta expansión de volatilidad hasta ahora es una vela roja. Vamos a mantener bastante pegado el ojo por acá. ¿Por qué? Porque si esta expansión de volatilidad continúa y pierdes los 11.92, esa es mi línea en la arena, 11.92, que es también mi línea meme. Aquí yo pensaría que vas a los 10.40 y de los 10.40 para abajo. Pero de poder aguantar esta zona por acá el 50% o hasta el tope, ¿no? Que sería el límite del 50% una vez más, 12.75, que es donde están todos tus promedios en la semanal. 3 días ya tienes volatilidad expandiendo, pero la expansión de la volatilidad en este setup viene de acá atrás. Lo que ¿qué nos dice? Es alcista esta expansión. Ahora, pueden ver que nuestro S&P 200 está acá en los 15.17, que una vez más coincide con nuestra línea meme por acá, amarilla. Vamos a ver si hay algo más aparte de eso. No, nada más en el HPDR. Y eso nos pondría casi en la zona de llegar al 88.3% y solo tendrías 11.5% de probabilidades de continuar a la alza ya llegando acá. Lo que una vez más agrega más a mi confluencia lo que estoy viendo. Diaria tuvo la expansión de volatilidad ante este subidongo y ahora está básicamente empezando a darse la vuelta. Esta expansión fue positiva para el precio y lo llevó hasta al 95%. Aquí es donde la jugó sucia Rivian, donde hizo vela topera, casi intentó confirmarte y ahora estamos acá con el promedio del 9 justamente en los 13.10 y la parte alta de nuestra zona azul, una vez más, 12.60. Para mí, bastante fácil, pero bastante fácil. Yo me iría en un long en Rivian o en el 9, en los 13.11, o por ahí de los 12.50, viendo el promedio del 9 y el S&P 200. Es los dos que yo usaría. De perder esta zona, lo corto y me largo, porque esto fue el tope. Existe esa posibilidad de que esto ya haya sido el tope. No estoy diciendo que no, pero lo que tiene cara que va a ser es, no ha venido a retestar este breakout. Acá pueden ver lo que pasó. No lo ha venido a retestear. Venimos a retestear acá y vámonos para arriba. Eso es lo que yo veo pasando en este gráfico de Rivian, sobre todo agregando lo de cómo le fue el año pasado, el año antepasado, justamente en esta temporalidad. Claramente los descuentos hacen que la gente vaya a empezar a comprar, bla, 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 y es simplemente un ciclo anual de ventas, reportes positivos, etcétera, a menos de que haya algo cambiado. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Rivian, bastante interesante en mi opinión. All righty, Broadcom, sir.
Broadcom.
We're ready
Feliz
for
Cinco
the
de
come
Mayo,
of the
fellas.
broads. Say
I
that
forgot
again.
about that. Feliz Cinco de Mayo, fellas. I forgot about that.
Oh, Feliz Cinco de Mayo. All Mexicans are celebrating that live in
All
America
of them.
that have never been Mexican. All of those
Every
Mexicans are
Mexican,
celebrating.
I know is celebrating Cinco de Mayo, which is sick.
Absolutely.
All right. I was curious about that, so I asked my girlfriend about Cinco de Mayo, and she says, yeah, they don't celebrate that there.
No, it's the weirdest thing in the world.
It's
I
an
found out.
it's an it's an excuse for gringos to get drunk.
Yeah, of course. It's like St. Patrick's Day.
So on the quarterly on Broadcom, this is looking quite interesting. It's literally basically just going straight up. Let me try to zoom in on this. Literally just going straight up with very little pullbacks at all. And right now, there is a possibility that the local bottom is in on this test of basically the front run of the median. And the way that that'll confirm it for me is if we can get a solid close over this 5 EMA, which right now is at basically $180. We're a good amount over that right now. We're $22 over that 5 EMA. Or if we were to take like a measurement basis, we're roughly 17% away from that 5 EMA. And if you were to notice, every single time we've deviated this 5 EMA, we've gone to new highs. Every single time. Deviated the 5 EMA here, new all-time high. Deviated the 5 EMA here, new all-time high. Deviated the 5 EMA here, new all-time high. Did it right here off the COVID dump. Actually went even below the 21, went below the 100%. That was funny, but maintained a close above. Deviated, new all-time high. Deviation right here, new all-time high. So that marks a lot more than 3, and 3 marks a trend. So I will have to assume, based on the trend, that if we close anywhere over this 5 EMA at $180, we are going to go to new all-time highs. And it usually takes us somewhere around the 100%. So right now, if you were to look at the 100%, that gives us a move basically to $300. And that is, at the moment, how much higher than where we are right now? About 50% higher than where we are right now. So basically, this is the sign to buy end of the week calls on this, and they will definitely print. Momentum on the quarterly is just about to get back over the moving average, getting back into the bullish control zone, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone while volatility is just about to start expanding. But what tells you that this is likely going to be the last move before one of these types of consolidation periods, which this was 9 months of down and sideways. What tells me you're going to get that is you're getting a God mode background right now on the jewel, and you are losing the buy signal. So one more swipe up, most likely, and then this neutral signal is going to shift to a sell signal, and then when you mark a sell signal on the God mode background, at the very least you get a pullback. If not, at the very least you get sideways, if not a significant pullback. And right over here, you had that God mode signal. You had it confirmed after this candle here, and you went down how much percent? Even after the confirmation, you still went down another 8.68%. So if we were to mark another 8% down from $300, it doesn't really bring us that low. It just brings us down to like $275. That's crazy. This is definitely something that you would want to put your money into more the long-term thing versus short-term trading, because the short-term side doesn't move very much at all. Like 8% down is nothing. People trading traditional markets are like 8% down is nothing. Are you high?
My life savings is gone.
You crypto bros and your gambling. What also tells you that you're likely near a local top is that momentum on the 6-month is flipping down now and is losing the bullish control zone. So if you look at last time, momentum on the 6-month lost the bullish control zone. Sure, we made a slightly new high, but then we went sideways for like, what is this? 2017 all the way until 2019. For like 2 years, 3 years, we went sideways. So but that doesn't mean that you can't make a slightly higher high, because we did right here. So very, very, very possible that we can get one more swipe to $300 while this momentum is down, because you got to remember, this is a 6-month. You have 2 of these quarterly candles in every one of these 6-month candles. So by the time this is taking to play out, you can get that quarterly move and the quarterly move to that $300 area, and then get a rejection. And this 6-month setup would still be valid with the momentum pointed down. Yearly looks even more crazy. Yearly is more of a straight line than ever. Let me remove this HPDR. Where's the HPDR? There we go. Remove the caretaker moving average. Shift this into line chart. Oh my God. Congrats to anyone who's buying this, and not right now. I mean, but anyone who bought it in this area. I'm assuming whoever asked for this bought it in this area. I'm assuming they didn't buy this area. Salud.
I hope not.
All right, 2-week right now is lining up with the idea also of the short-term move up from here because we're getting momentum flipping back up, getting back over the moving average. The last time we got momentum over the moving average is right here. We went to new all-time highs. The other time before there, we went back over the moving average. This doesn't really count, but we did go to new all-time highs. This one, we went to new all-time highs. This one, we went to new all-time highs. This one, we went to new all-time highs. I think you get the message. We went to new all-time highs basically every time we went over the moving average on the 2-week. Right now, we have gotten over the moving average, but what's going to confirm to me that we're probably going to go to new all-time highs is not going to be until we get a close over this 38.2%, which is at 220, basically $227. So we get that close. That's a close over this breakdown point, and very likely we're going to go to $300 at that point. Right now, volatility is contracting, but as we move up, this volatility is going to come all the way down to somewhere around this reset point. And then if we get a close over this 38.2%, then you're going to have volatility support, and you're probably going to get one of these moves where you get a girthy green dildo up to $300. Right now, slight counterpoint is that the jewel is on a sell signal, losing the bearish control zone. But this isn't quite as powerful with the pink being below the yellow because the cross happened all the way back here. And from that cross, let's mark how much of a percent down we've moved. Let's mark another one so we have something of reference. Let's see if we can get one more for reference. Pink below yellow, right there. All right, that should be enough. Let's mark how much of a move down we got. I have a feeling that this move is going to have been played out, but maybe I'm wrong. 7.5% to the downside. This one was quite respectable. Immediately about 23% down. A little bit of a bounce. You're still up. And then 37% down. Okay, let's look at the next one. Is this the current one? No, this isn't. Yeah, it actually is the current one. Interesting. We've gone a lot down since then. Oh, no, we didn't. This was a complete failure. My bad. Because you only went down how much percent from here? Can you call 6.3% a failure on stocks? Not really. 6.2% would be a devastating move down for most people in traditional markets. Weekly is also flipping back up. Weekly, however, is getting out of the bearish control zone and is now at the reset point. And momentum is now positive on the weekly, which lines up with us getting back over the 38.2%. And we're over the median currently. The more bullish scenario did happen with after we closed over the below the median. Actually, let me get a closer look. No, we ever so slightly closed above the median by a little ball sack here. We closed above the median. That's like $1 or $2 over the median right there. Because if you see the corner of the candle is just slightly over the median. And the median moved down, and we are currently holding it as support, which is at $200. Very nice round psychological figure. As long as you're over $200, the probabilities are you're going to come back up to retest this breakdown zone right around $220. Which if you can close over that $220 on a 2-week time frame, that's what's going to signal to me that you're going to go to $300. And if you look right here, you have somewhat of a kind of a bastardized, not really inverse head and shoulders right here. You have the left shoulder at the head. Now I would expect some type of move down here, maybe to the 38.2%, right around 190, 188, form the right shoulder, and then we can blast off to $300. Let's see what the rough move would be from this. Stay from here, draw it all the way down to here. Move this down a little bit. Take it from roughly there. Makes us right around $270, $275. So not quite $300, but once we're at that point, it's still new all-time highs. But I would expect it to make that last stretch to 300. Let's mark with a vertical line whenever we got the buy signal in the weekly. Jarvis, cue elevator music or Chat GPT. Is that enough? We're going down pretty far back. This will be the last one. This thing has a lot of data. I don't even know what they do.
Broadcom semiconductors.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. This one we got to move up of about 11.39%, double digits. That's respectable. This one, 17.5%. 19.92%. Very close to the previous number. 34%. People think that these numbers, like whenever they hear 7-8% in traditional markets and crypto bros hear that and they're like, oh, I could easily outperform these numbers. I could go work for Wall Street. But then they come to find out that Wall Street's how Wall Street's risk management parameters are, and they'd be out of a job on the first day.
Oh, dude, in a second.
29.3, 42. Second you drop below 1% on your P&L, you're fired. The same thing like those prop firms. Sure, they'll give you money to trade with, but the second you're down 5%, you're gone.
Yeah. That's why I don't work in those places. That
Yeah,
and because
exactly.
I am not qualified at all.
Me too.
But
I don't
just
have that
because of
piece of-
those two things.
I don't have that piece of paper, that very important piece of paper.
Oh, everybody knows how important it is to get a piece of paper that says you're smart.
Everybody knows unless you don't have that piece of paper, you're a fucking loser.
Mm-hmm.
On the 5-day, we're also getting momentum pointed to the upside, and 5 days on the verge of a breakout right now. 5 days, if we can close over that median at $202.88, we should see a pretty rapid move up to this breakdown area right around $230. And that's the 78.6%. This is going to be basically your major level of resistance right here, right around $230 to $240. And if you can get a daily close over this $240 area, let's say, what is this high? $238, likely you're going to go to new all-time highs. Very, very likely. And then you're going to get volatility expansion as well on the 5-day, which is coming from 3%. 5 days also giving you that bicycle in the bearish control zone. Kind of looking to me like this breakout is going to happen. That one final swipe up to tap that $300 area before we put in our long form consolidation. 2 day is kind of looking like it's going to be in an area for a pullback, which would play along with that inverse head and shoulders. And based on the 2 day getting to very extreme areas on momentum and volatility, I would expect a move down to retest this 55 EMA after solidly reclaiming it. That would put us down right around, the same area, 190 to 180s, maybe a retest of this 38.2% at around 188. I would be looking at that as an opportunity though, while these ranges can step up, and then I would expect a move from 188 to 190 to about $300, and that's pretty significant move to the upside. If we were to take it from this 38.2%, take that to $300. You can even take it to 275. It's about 46% to the upside. And if you were to enter that at the 190 area, this 188 area, your stop loss would be this wick low at 184. So you don't really have much risk on this trade. If you're wrong by 2%, and if you're right by like 46%. That's, what is that, like 23 to 1 odds? You don't really get setups like that that often.
Not bad.
And if you look at the jewel, on the verge of getting a major buy signal with a pink crossing above the yellow, right above the bullish control zone, lines up with that final move to $300. Daily is now pulling back on momentum, contracting on momentum and volatility, lines up with the idea of a short-term pullback, and we have tapped I believe, the 97.5% on the daily. So as long as we're below this high of about $205.68, more than likely you're going to get that pullback to around 190, which would be a tap of this 38.2% to end this 90 EMA, maybe even a little bit lower to the daily 100. The 100 is very significant after solidly reclaiming it. Make a nice little move now. Take out all of these late longs, fill this gap, tap this 100, and then we can send it back up. I'm gonna get a little sip of agua because I'm parched,
Glug,
mate.
glug, glug.
I am absolutely parched.
You're parched. Well, have you been doing an analysis on the Bitcoin price? I can't do a British accent, clearly. But
I need a sip of my bowl of water.
of your
What? It's very simple to do the British accent. Just don't pronounce the T's. And be a massive faggot. It helps. Four, 4 hours also lining up the idea of a short-term pullback with a deviation of this 200 SMA. Based on this 4-hour solar cross, I would expect this retest of this 21. The reason I'm not looking for the 9 to get retested is because of this, how toppy this area looks, and because you have a gap right here. I'm more expecting the 21 to get it. Also because it fits my bias and it's right around 190 bucks. Now I switch to the RSI. Let's see the Jewel for a second. Yeah, Jewel's also lining up with a short-term pullback. This is at resistance. Shift to the RSI. Switch gears to the RSI. And by the way, we only switch gears with dual clutch transmissions over here. We're very fast when we switch our gears.
That's right.
Oh, very interesting. Notice a high right here. Notice a lower high. Notice a higher high in price, giving you 6-month bearish divergence, although it's going to take quite a lot to confirm this. This was such a fucking trap over here on this candle right here, because it came so close to confirming that 6-month bearish divergence, but didn't quite do it, and then majorly bounced. And you are currently how much higher from that bounce, from that low? 46% of a bounce. That's a pretty significant bounce. To confirm that bearish divergence right now, you would have to close below $128.50. And if that happens, at an absolute minimum, you're coming down to this 21 EMA at about 80 bucks. Although it's very unlikely at this point that this divergence is going to confirm. What's more likely now is we're probably going to go to new all-time highs and then to confirm the divergence after that. And then that'll give us a target at about 134, which is still more than a 50% dump from 300 bucks. And what's likely about that the divergence will confirm eventually is that you're about to contract from 100% volatility, where we hit 100% of this move to the upside. So mean reversion would be downside. Quarterly still has active 3 drives of bullish divergence, came very close to invalidating it, because you would on this previous candle you would have had to come close below 160, and this candle came all the way down to 138. But notice that it didn't close, quickly bounced. So as long as we were closing above $160.62, the divergence is still active, and our next target would be the simple moving average, which right now sits at $261.65, just below that 275 area. Critical zone right now is a pretty retarded target. I don't think it hits this area, especially since we're at 100% volatility. But the critical zone is at $888.68, like it's Chinese. Monthly is now about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence, and it looks like this one is going to be a formality as long as this candle closes green, because it will confirm it as long as you close above about $193.37. The open of this candle is at 198. So as long as this closes green, that will confirm, and that will give us basically a move up to the simple moving average, which right now is at 426. I do think this is going to update. I'd like to see it at 300. Oh, we're getting a pretty epic sell signal on the Jewel as well. We got the pink crossing below the yellow, light blue bunched up, and it's happening quite high up. It's happening in the critical zone. Very interesting to see that alongside of the hidden bullish divergence. I put more weight on the divergence confirming than I do on this signal, because this could be a lagging indicator. 2-week also has many drives of hidden bearish divergence confirmed. Let's see how much of a move down we got since that gave us that signal, because it could be played out. See from here. And we got a 36% move out down. You can say it's played out. And the 2-week bullish divergence is going to be active as long as you're closing above $161.61, very close to that 160 area. Your next target is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now is at 229. Not that much higher. Weekly, no divergence because we broke the trend. There would have been possible hidden bullish divergence, but since we broke these previous lows, no possibility. 5-day nothing, 3-day nothing. 2-day currently has active bullish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing above $187.68. And your next move is into the bullish control zone, which you will likely get with the close over $201.40. And that level is at 226. Not really that much higher. These type of moves are things I wouldn't even bother taking. Daily also has many drives with bullish divergence, although this one is seeming like it's going to be invalidated, and it will invalidate with a close below $201.08, which we are just slightly above right now. And that would give you a move basically down to this 190s to 180s area. Although I think that very likely will be a possible opportunity, and it's going to put in another drive of bullish divergence. Nothing on that. Now we switch gears to the momentum. Very annoying how my computer blasts every single one of my notifications on my phone.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah.
And it makes a sound too.
Ding!
It's more of like a bubble type of sound. Like just did it again. Quarterly is pointed down on momentum with volatility just about to start contracting, which is kind of what you want to see if you're on the bullish side. Because volatility does eventually have to contract. You have to get a mean reversion. So it's good to see if momentum has to be down, it's doing it while volatility is contracting. And we also have possible hidden regular bearish divergence on the quarterly stochastic, which to confirm it, you'd have to close the same number as 6 months. You'd have to close below $160.62. So that would give you bearish divergence on the quarterly and the bi-yearly, which should give you quite the move down. Which right now, if you confirm it on the quarterly, it'd give you a target of around $100, which is below 162, like 60. I'm not gonna make what do you call it? Make the math up. I'm just gonna measure it out. 33% down. Yeah, I was way wrong. I was gonna say 60% down. Poquito retarded. Monthly is also contracting after this basically vertical move to the upside where we hit 100% volatility. Although it is interesting to see it hit new all-time highs while volatility is contracting. But we are currently pointed down on the monthly as long as we're below about $231.50. This one was 234. So very close monthly and quarterly pivots. 2 week is also pointed to the downside with contracting volatility, and we will be pointed down as long as we are below $211.80. Oh, interesting. Does this kind of look like a head and shoulders to you? There is that bearish possibility that lies there. Interesting. And we are right at the area where we would make our right shoulder. Just don't want to get anywhere
Oh,
higher than really this area. You would have your
yeah.
neckline right there. That would
Yeah,
probably bring you down to that 120 area where this 100 EMA is at. I guess to confirm this inverse head and shoulders, you'd want to see a loss at this wick low, which is about $161.61, and then you'd get that breakdown. Although based off the on the stochastic, that would send you somewhere around this critical zone, which critical zone seems to be where we get to on the major lows, and interesting, also down to the 100. So since this breakout, we haven't really retested this 100 at all. It would just be a nice little healthy retest. But I would expect it to rise a little bit though. Make an ever so slightly higher low from this low here. Weekly is now freshly pointing up, and it's just about to exit the bearish control zone, and it will be pointing up as long as you're above $143.41. And now it's deviated this 21 EMA, which every single time in the past you've deviated. Not only that, but you're 9 and 5, you've gone to new all-time highs. 5 days also flipped to the upside. Where's volatility? Sometime today. There we go. With contracting volatility. What it's likely going to give you expanding volatility is if you can get a 5-day close above $219.25. That's going to send you up to retesting these all-time highs. But right now, volatility is still contracting, and momentum is going to be up above $149.50. 2 days now expanding on the volatility with momentum to the upside. 2 days very close to getting a silver cross to the upside. It will happen as long as you're closing over $191, and momentum is pointed up above 172. Daily is also getting volatility expansion with momentum just about to turn down, and it will turn down as long as you close below $204.75. Come on, bulls. If bulls are not cucks within the next 3 days and 3 hours and 54 minutes, they'll push the price up another $3 to flip this to the upside. If this flips down with volatility expansion, not quite a death sentence, but you're gonna get a retest of that 190s, 180s. If this was crypto, I would expect way lower with volatility expanding on the momentum down. 4 hours also very close to well, it already flipped down, and it will remain to the downside below 204.34. So the same number as the daily. Basically, that 204's area. If the bulls can reclaim that, then it's back on. A little bit lower. And 2 hours also. Oh, 2 hours pointed up, giving you a little bit of bias. The 4 hour will flip up, and it will remain up above what do you know? 204. 204 seems to be a very significant area. Now let's switch to high time frames. So all of the higher time frames on this thing are kind of lining up on this Broadcom because you've had a pretty uninterrupted move to the upside. How much percent? 500 and like 501% to the upside. Basically, no pullbacks whatsoever. Right now is the first time you're actually even getting the slightest pullback that you've gotten on this entire rally, which is about how much of a percent move? We came back. What is that? 47% to the downside, 45%. It is giving you a lot of signs that the local bottom could be in right now, especially with the deviation of your what is it? Monthly 9 EMA, monthly 5 EMA. Every single time you've deviated these EMAs, you've gone to new all-time highs. But what's giving me a little caution right from that is that we're at 100% on the volatility, and that we've hit 100% on the HPDR ranges. But what's it's not telling you that you can't put in one more swipe. It's actually quite the opposite. With the reclaim of your EMAs, it's a lot more likely that you'll get one more swipe to tap that 100% range one more time on the HPDR at about $300, and then from there, I'd expect one of these type of moves where you get several months of consolidation. You get somewhere around 6 to 9 months, maybe a year of consolidation, and then another move to the upside. Right now, if you go down to basically every single time frame except for your weekly and lower, every single one of them is flipped to the downside, and they all sit around $230-ish for your pivot, which tells you if you can reclaim solidly to about $235, you very likely will go to $300. And right now, based on the weekly and a little bit lower momentum momentum pivots are currently pointed up, which tells you probably going to get one more move into about $225 to $230. And if you don't reject that area, then you're likely going to go to new all-time highs. But there's also a possible head and shoulders. So if you do reject that $225 to $230 area, that's what's likely going to send you down to about 120. So right now, my bias is maybe we get a short-term move down to around 185 to 190. I do expect a bounce from there, and I expect to hit somewhere around 225 to 230 from there. And then from there, we'd have to reevaluate whether we reject or if we can accept above that area. If we can accept above that area, then I expect 300. Reject the area, then probably 130s. But it seems to me more likely than not that we will go to 225 to 230 sooner rather than later.
We did this last week. This is how it was.
Oh, interesting. Fits my bias.
I can't remember when we did it, but we clearly did it before it came and retested this area. But that's what we thought was going to happen. And the retest right here would what we already saw was 184. That's what we were claiming could be it. So maybe this will just find a new low right here in the 190s is what you're saying, and then continue to go higher, or even another retest of this area would be perfectly fine.
Yeah, did we see somewhere around 225, 230? Although I'm not completely sure if we break that yet or not. I'm just leaning towards slightly more that we break it.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. That was great. Excellent.
That was good.
Tesla and strategy.
Sweet. I'll do strategy.
I sent it on the chat along with my hilarious reminder of Donald Trump saying Happy 4th of July, Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Eating a taco salad.
Eating a taco ball, that motherfucker.
With all his pharmaceuticals in the drawer.
Oh yeah, he had a drawer full of British Sudafed.
Oh my God,
Bloody
incredible.
snorts the Sudafed.
Trump is right.
Ok, estamos viendo Broadcom, otra empresa de chips también, y estamos viendo básicamente lo que habíamos visto la semana pasada. Habíamos dicho que probablemente esto que estaba por acá iba a venir a retestear esta zona y de ahí irse a los 240. Seguimos el mismo plan, lo que no sabemos es si el retesteo de la zona ya fue cumplido y tomado y eso fue lo que fue, o si lo vamos a volver a ver. Y ahora les voy a explicar el por qué. Ese es dibujo de la semana pasada. Les voy a explicar el por qué. Vamos rápido a la trimestral para que vean exactamente los movimientos de Broadcom. Ha simplemente estado en su vida. Es muy parecido a Nvidia porque adivinen qué. Adivinen a qué se dedica Broadcom. A exactamente lo mismo que Nvidia. ¿Ok? Entonces, desde entonces hemos visto de máximos históricos, hemos visto una caída del 45% al punto más bajo y ahora una recuperación de básicamente la mitad de ese movimiento. Pero encima de todo eso, estamos por encima del 9, todo muy alcista en esta vista. Y esto empezó a cotizar en el 2009, por lo que deberíamos de tener suficientes datos para que el HPDR funcione. Ahora, pueden ver que las últimas dos velas tocaron la parte del 100% y desde entonces hemos caído al 68.1%. Y ahí es justamente donde esperaríamos nosotros que venga a retestear una vez más, de nuevo, este 61.8, ¿sí es 61? 0.8%, literalmente está donde mi línea meme acá una vez más en los 184 y es donde esperaría yo ver ese retesteo para después ir a los 240 a esta zona una vez más. Y esto además ayudaría a que se compensara la subida con el HPDR, etcétera. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual y tienes un gap acá, ¿eh? Tienes un gap hasta los 193. Puede que eso sea nuestro siguiente zona de interés. O también tienes acá abajo rechazo de la media, tu promedio del 9 y la parte baja de la zona azul. ¿En dónde? En donde está literalmente la línea meme, una vez más, en los 184, 185 dólares. Por lo que esta zona empieza a ser más y más atractiva, en mi opinión. Estamos solamente en mayo 5, esta es una vela mensual, faltan 25 días para cerrar, así que todavía le queda tiempo a esta cosa. Volatilidad no nos dice nada, simplemente está contrayendo. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, estamos justamente, vean que el bajón nos llevó al 100% y desde entonces estamos subiendo y eso nos dice que nuestra media estando en la parte alta, cayendo justamente donde está nuestra línea meme en la parte de arriba, en los 240, nos da una alta probabilidad de ir a venir a verla. Pero mínimo aquí abajo vamos a ver exactamente qué es lo que nos depara el destino, porque podríamos parar una vez más justamente por acá en los 190, 190 y cacho, donde está el gap en la mensual. Ese retroceso, no volver a tocar esta zona que ya lo hicimos e irnos para arriba. Semanal, estamos por encima de la media y eso nos da la idea de que podríamos ir hasta los 210. Definitivamente perder los 200 es el trigger y lo que nos llevaría a la parte baja de la zona azul por ahí de los 190 hasta los 187 o los 182 en el peor escenario, en mi opinión. Tres días, volatilidad continúa expandiendo, pero vean ya desde dónde y esa volatilidad expandiendo nos está dando este velazo verde. Tenemos un gap gigantesco hasta acá abajo en los 193 una vez más y eso probablemente nos haga tocar esta zona por acá. Tenemos el promedio del 9 y todo el 95% está una vez más donde está nuestra línea meme. Así que a fin de cuentas, la pregunta del siglo es, llegamos al 100%, venimos a resetear, probablemente retestear la parte baja de la zona alta de la zona azul, que de nuevo, eso todavía no cerraría el gap lo cierra el 9, que está en los 192, de ahí podrías caer a la media en los 189 y la parte baja de la zona azul, una vez más, los 184. Y yo creo que este HPDR nos dice en la diaria exactamente lo que debemos. Sabemos que creemos que vamos a continuar para arriba después de la corrección. La corrección va a ser a la parte alta de la zona azul en 194, al 9 en 193, a la media en los 189 o a la parte baja de la zona azul y el SMI 200 en los 186. Es la pregunta. ¿A qué nivel va a venir a corregir esto para después continuar para arriba e ir a buscar los 240 primero y ahí ver qué es lo que va a pasar? Tal vez consolidar por ahí un rato. Pero por ahora es bastante fácil leer esto. Pueden ver el gap ahí, pueden ver la formación y pueden ver exactamente dónde estamos rangueando. ¿Qué esperamos? Una vez más, que esto venga tal vez por acá y se pare tal vez en los 190, 100 y cacho y pum, para arriba, o que venga acá y vaya para arriba. ¿Qué nos haría pensar que estamos mal? Por debajo de los 180 y 176. Abajo de los 176 vas a cerrar este gap hasta los 169 y tienes una alta probabilidad de crear un nuevo bajo por acá y eso sería perder lo que estamos diciendo. Ahí lo tienen. Let's go into, what do we got? Tesla or...
Strategy. Let me share the chart.
The man with the small hands. Hey guys, Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin.
It also sounds very much like Scott, but also Michael Saylor has a weird, fucking annoying voice.
Yeah, he does kind of. And small hands. We can't forget that.
The smallest in the business. The smaller your hands, the more Bitcoin you can hold. That's what they say.
Basically, I've heard that too.
Facts. You read it on a science book.
Yeah, I think so in grade school. So, here we are. We have strategy. You're just still caught within this range. I mean, it's nice that the weekly broke out, but we open on a, move down into this week, catching resistance at 384. 384 is important. I mean, this is the top of resistance. It makes sense to see some kind of pullback around here, but again, it's kind of like what we're seeing across the board on crypto and whatnot. It should just be shallow, right? We have a daily silver cross. We're now gauging, right? This whole move hasn't even tested the daily 9 yet, and yet we've been able to front run it each and every time. So you have to gauge the daily 9 to keep moving up with price. Ideally, it goes towards 370, within this week, 370 to 372. Maybe we get a move down to that 370 mark. That to me would make a lot of sense, and that should give at least a nice bounce. Now, it's the same thing as last chart. You're either then going to, as Rivian, you're either going to bounce from here, retest this, and there's your bearish retest because you do technically have an SFP play here, or you're going to reclaim this zone at 383, and you'll have the next move at 407. It's very easy. It's more just waiting on your hands at this point. Let's check now the weekly 5 first, see if we see anything at 358. Okay. And then the median. Where's the median? Way down now. So it is bullish. One thing to note about strategy is if you do get that move to like 334 to 340s, I'm going to be looking at it as a gift. This then would be a weekly EMA 9 retest, a 38.2% breakout retest, and also a back test of this breakout zone. This was holding price down for many weeks. We broke out. And so if we do end up, let's say Bitcoin takes my stop, let's say we start heading down. Maybe I'm wrong on this being a shallow pullback. Maybe we do end up moving towards that 91 to 89,000. Then I'll be looking at a long on strategy with the stop here. Very simple. Till then, though, I mean, you're just in kind of the gray zone of the chart. Makes it a lot more harder to be aggressive here because you are at resistance. And even on the HPDR, it's like you're just in the process of breaking out with no back test of that, right? On the 5-day, you broke out, but you haven't really back tested the 38.2%. Same on the weekly. Let's check the 2-day. 2-day as well, right? You see that? Broke out. Never really back tested it though. 2-day short trigger. That's why it's going to be key, right? Note this, today we need the closure above 384. If we don't close above 384 on strategy, this will then start looking like an SFP play. You will have to start gauging the bearish retest around 381s, 382s, and you'll be looking for the move down to possibly 350s to maybe the extremity low at 334. Line in the sand's 334. If you're trying to get the conservative long, you're then just waiting for the 334 tap, the back test of the 21 on the 2-day, and simply here a retest of the 34. But even if you see where the daily median is, it's starting to move closer to that 350 mark. So, it's a gift if you go down to 330, 333. I'm really now just looking for the daily 9 to hold, in my opinion, reclaim back above 383 and then make our way back up to like 420. So strategy is looking bullish to me. Let's see on the higher time frames now what's good. Let's check the monthly. It's just more, a lot of these charts are just kind of simple. You're now just either about to give deviation SFP plays, which would be to the short side, and then that would then put in macro structure, right? It's like if we start looking at the weekly, if you did get that pullback down to like 330s to 350s, a simple retest of the weekly 9. While also on the 2 week, I think we haven't tested the 9 yet. Yeah, we haven't even tested the 9 yet, and that is literally at 330. So no matter how you look at it, strategy is at resistance. Now, this 383 is going to be the key for you. I have meme lines basically at these wick highs. That's kind of my gauge on strategy. It's a very simple trading strategy. You're just playing the wick high rejections. You have 1, 2, 3, and we were playing this one, 4. You notice how we broke out from it. We back tested it, took us to the next zone. You reclaim this zone, you'll go up to the next wick high. I mean, it's just kind of the unraveling of the downtrend. That's how I'm basing it with these green dotted lines. Each dotted line was the last lower high. So now we've shifted the trend, right? This is now in an uptrend. You should be gauging the higher low, if we get that at all, around simply 330. Doesn't need to be that. You could literally just higher low here and keep going up and retest the 383. So for me now, it's just more weight on your hands. I'm not really getting a clear signal on strategy, especially when you have a monthly candle this strong. Like, look at this insane hammerhead on the monthly. Have we ever had a candle this strong? Because like, I understand this was a big buyback, but you also had a major wick high rejection. You literally got bought up from 236 and then closed all the way almost to 400 in 1 month. That's insane. I guess something similar could be, honestly, it'd be, oh God, this HPDR makes it kind of hard to see the wicks just a bit. It'd be something like this, where you held the monthly 9, you threw it back, and then you got the expansion, very strong expansion on that monthly, right? Reclaim the level, and then you essentially expanded again. So for me, it's very aggressive longing strategy at this point because you have just such a strong candle. Logic says this should at least fill some of this out, back tested for the higher low on the lower time frames. Let's check actually the monthly 5, because what we see is the monthly 9's at 300 basically. What you're noticing now is that monthly 5 is perfectly at 330. So no matter how you look at it, 330 seems like the spot. Now we have level to level, so ideally here the $353 zone will hold for strategy. It'll really be based though on this 2-day. So gauge more downside on the 2-day. If the 2-day starts losing $383, that's your sign to then kind of cancel longs out. You're then now shifting gears and you're watching for either a short to short here with your stop at the wick high, or no short and rather wait on the easy long. And the easy long to me seems like it's going to come around that 350. 350. If you start losing that 2-day 9, great. We'll then look at 330. But till then, 350 seems like the spot for at least some kind of reaction. That would make sense to me. Yeah. Strong chart though. I mean, strong chart, really. It is a strong chart. We're basically basing everything on resistance now and the potential of deviations, but this is before any closures. So like the 2-day very well could just, right, get bought up, close above 384, hold this zone, and then move up back above 400. So it really is going to depend, just like Rivian, just like Bitcoin, on the daily close today. It's going to be crucial for bulls to step in. We have 3 hours and 30 minutes, and so far they haven't really been. So it's going to be quite important to see some kind of bullish reaction more towards the end of market. And even here, what you're seeing now on ES1, perfect retest of that EMA 34, exact zone we wanted. This should start moving up now. And that should start lifting up Bitcoin, and that should start lifting up things like strategy. So in summary, we're watching today the 383. That's the line in the sand. I mean, visually, you can see we've only flirted with 383 a few times. And granted here, when you do lose 383, the next zone logically is the daily 9, the 2-day 9. My apologies. You can see here, lost 383, went to the 2-day 9. Okay, bounce, lost 383, bounce up the 2-day 9. And it wasn't until you lost the 2-day 9 where you went to the 21. So how I'm basing this now is if the 2-day closes 2-day above or under 383, that is technically a short setup. You're then gauging a move down from 383 to take you all the way down to that 2-day 9. The 2-day 9 is going to be very important for essentially us to hold. And this will play into us testing the daily silver cross, but more on the 21. The 21 will obviously shift closer to 350s, and then giving us that move down to 350s would just be a daily silver cross and a 2-day EMA 9 retest. It's going to be very crucial to see this 2-day EMA 9 hold, because for some reason on strategy, it just loves the 2-day 9 more so than the daily. And it's less chop when you're using the 2-day on this chart. Look how well it was respected this entire move up from it got reclaimed to 129 until we lost it here at, yeah, I mean, $400. It basically rode this entire bull market on the 2-day 9. Simple strategy, knowing that any long at that 2-day 9 was a moneymaker. So now when we're using that same logic, it should be we're flipping these highs into support. We have support from the 2-day 9. You start closing under 283. This should not surprise you when you go to 350s. This should be an opportunity. You kind of want this zone to hold. And if it does hold, this should give you the next target around 400s. You break 400s, meaning you break this high essentially here on April 30th, you're going to get a move to $444. So, you know, it's like, yes, a pullback makes sense. You've had 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 days of straight green. Are we going to deviate here to get the deeper pullback, or are we going to hold 283? That's kind of, or 383. That's kind of just like what you're looking at today. Why not? I have the 15-day. Take a look. Anything here? It's very interesting. That was an insane candle that we had last month, honestly. Even here, you get that move to the 350s. It's testing the 50% on the monthly. It's very interesting. %. It's like that shaded green. So it's like there. I think this was the 50%. No, I could be wrong because it's too much green here. It seems like we bounced bigly off that 50% though last time. Why am I bringing that up? Well, the 50% is right around, oh wait, no, 50, yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Huh? 50% is right at 350. So just more confluence of that potentially. But let me make sure this is correct. Nice bounce from here. This bounce literally gave a beautiful bottom, right? The 50%. Another perfect bounce off that 50%. Interesting. Rejection off the 50%. Okay, so yeah, the 50% is important, and that is right at that 350 mark. So that's kind of it. You're either watching the 2-day to deviate short or to long, essentially 383s. And honestly, if we did get this deviation play, I'm probably not going to short this. Instead, I'm rather just going to wait for this. Take the long, play the 2-day EMA 9, and play trend, right? I'll have my stop somewhere around here. We'll just look. It can even be a manual on the 2-day 9, just simply based on last bull market or this bull market when we held all the way up. And it really wasn't until you lost the 2-day 9 where you either had chopped or downside. So yeah, 2-day 9 is the spot for bulls. Essentially, you can be aggressive if 383 hold. You can long on the retest into tomorrow. I mean, but yeah, I mean 383 needs to hold today If it doesn't hold, it's going to seem like 350s is next. 350s is the spot. That should be the spring before we go up to the 400s to 440. You start losing this 2-day 9, EMA 9. I'm going to be very concerned here because each deviation from 383 and then losing the 2-day 9 has led to very dramatic dumps, essentially, right? From this point, you rejected the 2-day 9. You then dumped literally 31%. And then here, you deviated 383, lost the 2-day 9. And then from this point, you dumped 21%. So, that is what we don't want, simply. So it's kind of like, it's a very easy analysis on strategy. It's very, very similar to actually Rivian, which is interesting. You're just watching to see if this holds or deviates. Deviation play will give you the move to the 9. You don't want this scenario to happen where we start losing the 9. You want it to hold. You want it to be solidified, kind of like how this low was. And that'll just basically put in your bullish structure on like the weekly, right? You get like just more bullish structure on the weekly before possibly a move up. You can maybe get the higher low because I do think, did we take this high out? 404. Yeah, I mean we are in a weekly uptrend now. This very simple. This was the last lower high. We broke that here. So you should be gauging any higher low. And that higher low ideally will come around 350s. There's your structure. There's your pullback. That can be like, a nice trap for bulls or for bears, essentially on the 2-day. So yeah, 3-day also is closing and giving you confluence of that idea that this could SFP just simply based on this 3-day topping candle. You're potentially putting in a topping candle at the 3-day as well, along with the 2-day. This 3-day EMA 9 can easily move around 340. It's at 338 now. So again, just giving you confluence of that idea that 350 to 350 should be the spot. But long day, 383. It's only like less than $3 away. So we'll have to really see how today closes. 383 really will be the spot. And if you lose that, 350s to me. And yeah, you might get the extremity wick low at 330s, but you're just basically gauging the monthly on that one. Monthly 9 to monthly 5, monthly 5. Yeah. Monthly 5 to hold. So maybe something like that with a wick and then goes up. Maybe, unsure, but there's just nicer things to trade than this. It is bullish, but it's just kind of tricky. There's a lot nicer, easier things to trade than this right now. Because it could really go any which way. I mean, as I showed on the HBDR, you technically would still be bullish if you got a pullback all the way down to 340s, and that would just simply be a back test of the breakout zone. On all time frames, you haven't back tested the breakout zone. So logic does say if you get any kind of weakness here, short trigger, you could take it, but you shouldn't be stingy with short entries and TPs here, because as it shows, it just looks like we're in a uptrend now, and the next zone should be the higher low in the making. So that's all I got on strategy. 383 is what you want to hold today.
Thank you very much, senor. Really
slightly
appreciate
bouncing
it.
with ES1.
Bitcoin?
Yeah, Bitcoin's slightly bouncing with ES1, which is beautiful because, well, it got close to our stop, but didn't. And I actually moved the stop loss to 93.5. So it even got even tighter in risk. So
yeah, it seems like everything is going to turn around.
Are you having fun with your Bitcoin?
That'd be nice.
No one's having fun, Mr. President. Everyone's yelling at each other.
It'd be nice if the markets today. That would be nice.
I know, like a quick one.
I'd be.
That's how you can tell the price is not going up, is if people are going at you on Twitter.
Say it again.
That's how you know the price is not going up, is if you see people arguing on Twitter.
Fucking, of course. It's the big, like on Tesla, right? You don't have to look at where Tesla is. You just have to go on Twitter and see how much those people are telling Elon Musk what to do and how to do his job. Then you know how low the price is. If you
see people sucking him off, it means it must be going to new all-time highs.
Yeah, when they're all posting like, "Oh look, if you would have bought Tesla like 30 years ago," that's when it's like really close to all-time highs. Thank you,
If
sir.
if you would
Yeah.
have bought Bitcoin in 2009, you could have bought the entire supply for like a couple of $100.
Not even, yeah. Ok, estamos viendo Strategy, la empresa del hombre con las manos más pequeñas de todo el oeste, pero es lo que dicen, que si tienes que tener manos muy pequeñas para poder invertir en Bitcoin y comprar Bitcoin por un rato. Ahí les va esto, bastante fácil. Esta es mi tabla de Strategy y estamos en la diaria. Habíamos llegado una vez más, regresamos a nuestro nivel en los 393, que es la línea verde meme que está por aquí arriba. Interesante esto. ¿Pasamos a este máximo? No creo. Nope. Pueden ver la gatada que hizo acá. Strategy no pasó de los 404 acá comparado con esta vela. Y eso lo pone en un alto más bajo oficial por ahora. Pero si volteamos a ver el gráfico, pueden ver que este fue un bajo más bajo que este. Y ahora, fue un bajo más bajo que este. Tuviste este alto que fue un alto más alto que el pasado, un bajo más alto y ahora tienes un alto más alto en relación a esta estructura. Después de un alto más, después de alto, alto, bajo más alto más alto, ¿qué sigue? Un bajo más alto. Y es justamente lo que vamos a estar esperando acá. Vamos a ver exactamente dónde vamos a encontrar eso, si lo vamos a hacer acá para continuar a la alza o si vamos a entrar acá e ir a la alza. Cualquiera de las dos entra dentro de lo que estamos pensando nosotros que podría ocurrir con Strategy por ahora. Estamos cotizando en 380 en este momento. Lo voy a poner en la mensual. Más allá de la mensual no hay tanta información, así que no vale tanto la pena ponerlo. En la mensual pueden ver cómo una vez más hicimos tope en la misma zona donde esta vela roja había hecho tope y ahora estamos justamente acá buscando qué es lo que sigue. Para poder romper y ser muy alcistas deberíamos estar por encima de 393.23 y tener varios cierres por acá. Ahora estamos en la mensual, no esperaría eso en la mensual, esperaría eso más en la diaria, honestamente, con MicroStrategy. Tiene movimientos muy potentes y agresivos. Después de esta vela no regresamos a tocar el 9 todavía, que se encuentra en los 298. Seguimos en tendencia alcista. Después de este máximo, venimos a hacer un mínimo más alto y ahora deberíamos estar buscando un nuevo alto, ya sea más bajo o un alto más alto, y eso debería de ser bastante atractivo para cualquier persona volteando a ver estos gráficos, brother. Vamos a ver qué nos dice el HPDR rápidamente. HPDR, interesante. A MicroStrategy le gusta estar en extremos y ahorita no lo está. Está cayendo por debajo del 61.8%, lo que nos llevaría al 50%, que está en los 346, 342, justamente a mi línea meme. De fallar ¿cómo se llama? De fallar este 50%, deberíamos ir a la parte alta de la zona azul, que también está muy cerca de donde está nuestro EMA 9, por ahí de los 299. Personalmente, estamos dándole más favor ahorita, o mínimo Alex está dándole más favor, porque hace el análisis que importa, no el mío, a que vayamos a rebotar en esta zona, en los 345, más o menos 350. 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos el rechazo de la parte alta de la zona azul, que es lo que estábamos viendo justamente ahorita, y tenemos la parte baja de la zona azul en los 346, digo, la media. Ahí es donde esperaríamos que esto vaya a encontrar con este rebote y puede usar esto como resorte para irse a la parte alta. Ahora, ¿qué nos haría pensar otra cosa? Perder los $300 en MicroStrategy, en Strategy, nos haría pensar que estamos equivocados. Por ahora esperamos que esta zona vaya a aguantar y empujarnos a la alza. También estamos viendo volatilidad en Strategy. Estuvo cerca del punto más bajo en los últimos 5 años, pero se está dando la vuelta una vez más. Todavía estamos por debajo de la volatilidad, del promedio de la volatilidad, así que nada que apuntar. Expansión de volatilidad ante esta vela verde potente. Podemos verlo justamente por acá, no solamente por debajo del 15%, por encima de nuestra línea del promedio, y ahí tienes la expansión. Esta expansión está llevándonos para acá. Nos debería de poder llevar mínimo al 88.3% eventualmente, y eso está cerca de altos históricos, lo que nos hace pensar que acá deberíamos de rebotar por acá, venir a la parte alta de la zona azul Y acá, que es justamente donde está la línea meme y lo que le estábamos diciendo, junto con el promedio del 9, esperar un rebote fuerte y continuar para arriba. De perder esta zona, siguiente objetivo va a ser los 309 y de ahí para abajo los 284 y eso pone un poco en perspectiva lo que estamos viendo. Ahora, diaria, y los quiero llevar a la diaria, aunque la de 2 días se ve, 2 días, vamos a usar la de 2 días, se ve mejor, más limpio. Estamos en el 88.3% de la parte alta de la zona azul. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que debemos de consolidar. ¿Cuál debería de ser nuestra zona de consolidación? El 61.8%, que también tiene nuestro promedio del 9, los 349, 350 en realidad, o la parte alta de la zona azul en los 330. El 50% también está en juego, por acá en los 337. Aquí es donde nosotros esperaríamos que Strategy simplemente venga a esta zona y de aquí rebote una vez más. Es lo que estamos viendo en este momento y creemos que vaya a pasar. Ahora, para simplificarlo un poco, a todos ustedes, aquí lo tienen. También tenemos, y esto es importante, un hombro, cabeza, hombro, y lo puedes ver de 2 diferentes formas. Voy a ponerlo, y son inversos, ¿ok? Estos son alcistas. El primero, de aquí a acá, la cabeza, perdón. El primero es, perdón, siempre está ladrando el perro del vecino y me está volviendo loco. De aquí a acá, el segundo es de aquí a acá y el hombro acá. ¿Dónde tienes el breakout? Justamente aquí, en la línea amarilla. Eso a mí me hace pensar que vamos a regresar a la línea amarilla a retestear la zona de breakout y para arriba. Puede ser el 9, que le hagamos un front run con el 9, o puede ser la línea amarilla. Entre 350 y 342 es donde esperaríamos eso. Y también hay otro escenario del hombro, cabeza, hombro, donde es hombro, cabeza, hombro, y esto vendría básicamente así. Y el breakout está acá y vendrías a confirmar el breakout por acá en los 305, 320. Personalmente yo creo que es lo de el primer escenario que les di. Como sea, nosotros creemos que Strategy es alcista. Si vamos a ser agresivamente alcistas, simplemente deberíamos de cerrar arriba de 393. Ahorita lo que esperaríamos es un retroceso a esta zona y de aquí el putazo. No le haríamos un short acá, estamos ya muy abajo para invalidarlo. Lo que haríamos es el long acá, básicamente, buscar esta zona para nosotros entrar en long en MicroStrategy. En Strategy, ya no se llama MicroStrategy. Y ahí lo tienen, alcista. Vamos a ver qué tal se da, mínimos más altos y vamos a ver lo que sigue. Ok, Tesla, la empresa más nazi del planeta. Tesla. Okay.
All right, now we will wait for this to load sometime today.
Belen sends me a message and she's like, this is traumatizing. And I just heard like the dog barking and like this whole mess right outside. So I thought she was going to send me a picture of like the dog being super aggressive. But no, she was referring to my the video I sent her, Britney Spears on a yacht dancing like a crazy person. So yeah,
I think
that's
pretty
what's
soon
traumatizing.
she's gonna be going back into her little thing she was in before.
No,
Seems like
they
she was in
can't.
it for a reason.
They can't take now. They can't take her back. She's done. So now,
Really?
which is ridiculous because clearly she's fucked. She's not the same person as she was before. Like it's not even
Yeah.
there anymore. I think.
She's got a couple of marbles missing up there.
Couple. Being very generous, sir. Go on. I'm sorry.
So on the quarterly on Tesla, it is starting to look very much like the local bottom is in. What's going to confirm it for me is if we can get a close over this 38.2%, which right now is at $282.62 or 16 cents. And we're already over this meme line, but the meme line is not confirmation for me. That's why we call them meme lines. The 38.2% is more of a confirmation. And that will line up with momentum getting back over the moving average, rejecting the bearish control zone. At the moment, volatility is still contracting, but if we can close over that 38.2%, very likely this volatility will start expanding. The counterpoint to this is right now the jewel has lost its buy signal and it's on a neutral. So if we can close over the 38.2%, this is going to shift back into a buy signal. And that's going to likely send us back to our current all-time highs. But right now, if we continue to reject this 38.2%, which we are at the moment, this is going to shift into a sell signal. And this projection of the 38.2% will not come lightly. This is likely going to come down to, at the very, very, very minimum, another retest of this 21. And at this point, because 21 has been tested 1, 2, 3, 4 times, likely the 5th time you get a test, it's going to break. And you're probably going to come down to this bottom meme line right here at about $170. So technically, you still could put a higher low here. I just won't be as likely, and I'm going to be looking for the 55 EMA to get hit at that point, which is going to be right around $110. Still putting it ever so slightly higher low from this one here, but that'd be kind of a fucking move. I wouldn't like to see that happen. And would it be? Not really. I was looking for a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders, but not really. Yes. It's going to be very bastardized. Monthly is currently flipped to the downside, but it's right at the reset point. This is the area where if we are putting in a higher low at the moment, this is where you would expect it to flip up, which is trying to flip up right now, but not quite, with volatility approaching 0%. What is going to cause us to flip up momentum is if we can get a close over this median, which we are at the moment rejecting. Median's at $283.39. We got 25 days to go. Basically anything. Tesla moves like crypto, so it's an eternity in Tesla land. But if we can close over that median, that will give us a move up to somewhere around $370, which is at this 50%. And at this point, if we don't reject here, and if we are bearish, we will reject here immediately. But if you start to reclaim this area, that's where you're probably going to go to new all-time highs. But as of right now, we are rejecting the median, and that will give you a probability of hitting 38.2% if you close as a rejection of the median. And that 38.2% right now sits at $241, which would be, if you switch it to quarterly, another retest of this 21 EMA, which very likely at that point it breaks. Let's go to the 2-week now. 2-week is now flipping up on momentum, getting to very extreme areas, telling you at the very least you can get a mean reversion bounce from here, if not a complete reversal, while volatility contracts. And you came to the 97.5% on the HPDR. So right now, while you are rejecting the 9 EMA, I would expect something somewhat of move down. Arguable that move down has played out because we've bounced off of this meme line. If you are bullish, what you want to see is you want to see it grind some type of higher low in this area right here, and then get a move over this 9 EMA, which will take us to this top meme line. Start to lose this meme line right here, I wouldn't even wait for the loss of this. I would just front run that and assume we're going to lose it. Because we've tested this area so many times before, next time we lose this meme line, almost certainly this is going to break. Right now, if you look at the jewel on the 2-week, we are getting the pink just about to cross below the yellow. The reason why it's not quite the death sentence that it would be otherwise is because it's happening below the bullish control zone. So this is going to be quite the move down if it does get confirmed, but just not as devastating as if it would happen somewhere over here. Let's see if we can find one of these crosses below the bullish control zone. This is in the bullish control zone, so it doesn't count. This is also in the bullish control zone. Also in the bullish control zone. No, never had one before in the history happen below the bullish control zone. I guess we have crosses up that happen. Oh shit. Crosses up that happen below the bullish control zone, but not crosses down. I guess we can see what the crosses up just to get an idea. Oh no, this was the cross down. I'm blind and retarded. We got all the way down to the meme line. And how much of a percent move was it? This was about 26.8% down. That's quite a bit. How much have we gone down so far? Not really much at all. This is about 6% down. If you move the same amount, it's basically just what we need to break these lows down to $211. If that happens, I think we're going to 110. Because sure, you're going to get a bounce at 170, but I don't think this bounce is going to last. This bounce at 170 likely takes you up to the 100, about 230, and that likely rejects, and you probably go down to 110. I'm curious, how much of a move down is 110? Sheesh, it's like 60% down. I personally don't think that's going to happen anymore. I think, oh, that's going to happen. I'm leaning more towards up and grinding consolidation, and then new highs probably towards after summer, maybe Q3, Q4. Weekly is currently pointed up momentum, very close to getting into the bullish control zone. Volatility is still contracting. What you want to see is a close over this 38.2%, preferably a close over this wick high. This will basically confirm it for me. If we get the close over 295, then we're going to get volatility expansion, and that volatility expansion likely takes us up somewhere around this $350 area. Right now on the weekly, we do have a buy signal on the jewel, and we're very close to breaking out of the bearish control zone. Let's mark these as a vertical line, these buy signals on the jewel within the bearish control zone on the weekly. This should give us pretty respectable moves. At the very least, this should be double-digit mean reversions. Which even if we get a double-digit mean reversion right here, kind of fits on that bias. But I do expect a quick little rejection into a higher low and then new all-time highs. My inner George is coming out. Although I'm not sure if George cares about Tesla. Let's see. This will be the last one. We're all the way back to 2017. All right. This was 13%. Double digits. Oh, this one caught a nice girthy green dildo. About 40%, 45%. This one, 26%. The reason I'm stopping here is this is the more immediate move. This took a lot more time to play out, so I'm not really considering that. Here's another one. 47%, very similar to the other previous move. This one here, about 40%. This one, percent, bit higher. 41%, oh, in line. And as oh fuck. Right now, how much are we up? Oh, about 31%. Very close to that 40-ish% number. But we have moved beyond the lower end number. So if we take that 40%, brings us right around 316. I wonder what 350 is at. 350 is at around about 60%. I haven't really gotten any 60% moves. It's either 40s or a lot higher. Hey, that does fit with my idea of all-time highs though. 5-day is now starting to flip out of the bullish control zone, but momentum is still pointed up. It is still heavily above the moving average. While volatility contracts, comes along with the retest of this 38.2%. As long as we're holding this 38.2%, what's more than likely is we're just going to grind out a higher low before we try again higher. And I don't really see much resistance until you get to around 350. 2 days also still pointing up, trying to lose the bullish control zone, but still within it while volatility contracts. And now 2 days giving you an awesome buy signal with the pink freshly crossing above the yellow within the bearish control zone. And this is one of those moves where it completely skips the neutral phase and goes directly to the buy. Let's mark this cross with the pink and yellow. This should be quite respectable since it's happening so low. Alrighty. This one, immediately about 10%, then about 35%. $71%. And since this is the 2-day chart, this would be one of the setups where you would be able to buy end of the month options, which are significantly cheaper than further out. Hey, and maybe pretty soon, considering to the whoever the dude is, chair of the SEC, I forgot his name. They did say they're considering allowing Americans to trade perpetual futures, which don't expire.
That would be fucking sweet. Wait,
I
but why are you
don't
saying that?
because I mentioned the end of the month options.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea why they're illegal to begin with. It makes no sense.
I think they're just making it more complicated. I mean, at the end of the day, all they want to do is take your money, right? Like you're not playing the stock game, where most people are not playing the stock game for them to win, right? Like it's just like casinos. You go in and he's not expecting all of you to win. He just wants it to be more complex. Like I don't want to. I am not a fan of options just for the time component of it myself.
Because most people would still end up losing their money whether they let you trade the expiration or not.
That's
Because
what I'm
it's happens,
saying.
it's crypto.
Yeah, and in a way, the futures that we trade like on Bluffin or BTCC is so much easier to handle
Yeah, you just have
than
to be right on
options.
direction.
Yeah, that's basically exactly, sir.
Unless you're super highly leveraged, as long as you're right on direction, you're good.
Yeah,
Because even if you are paying, because sure, you have to pay a funding fee to keep your trade open. It's not the same as having your trade go worthless when the option
2
expires.
weeks or whenever the fuck it expires. I agree.
Because like say you have a call on Bitcoin at like 100K, and the price goes to 100K a week before your expiration, you're still underwater.
Yeah, I'm not. That's why. I think that's why they don't have him here, because it's just easier.
Yeah, but not having the expiration also makes people lever the fuck up and then get liquidated.
But that's also what they like, right? That's what they want. They want the more leverage the system can be, the better they're off in a way, because it's just creating more fees.
The American economy is built off of leverage of different kinds.
American economy works just like bluffing.
Good description. So that average move of around 20s brings us right to around $350. Quite interesting how that fits my bias. Daily is now flipped to the downside on momentum, and it's contracting alongside volatility after hitting several periods of pretty high up, not quite 100%, but very close. Goes along with the short-term pullback. We have kind of hit the 9 EMA, although I am looking for a little bit lower to tap this 38.2% and this meme line, right around like $270. And as long as this area holds, then I would expect that move up into the 300s. Lose this meme line though, and it's probably Jover, and you're probably going to break down. 4 hour. Come on. Sometime today. I googled the word crack today because you know the crack where you get a crack in your screen. I was
Yeah.
trying to look at a picture of that, and it assumed I was looking for crack the drug, and it wouldn't show me any results.
Well, yeah, because you're in a place where they don't show bad things to people,
Funny.
according to them.
On the 4 hours, on the verge of a breakdown. We are below the 38.2% with momentum breaking into the bearish control zone and volatility flipped up to support it. But we have basically come down to this 21 EMA, kind of front ran it. We do have an active sliver across to the upside. As long as we're holding this area, this 20, especially the 100 and the 21, I would expect this to end up resolving to the upside. And what's going to confirm it for me is if we can get a close over this 38.2% at right around $286. And then I would expect to hit the 200 from there, which is about like $331. Because this is usually the play that you get with cryptos and Teslas. Is if you can solidly regain the 100, you'll usually go to the 200. And that's about that $330 level, just below my 350s target. Let's go to RSI. Tesla still has active hidden bullish divergence on the RSI. It came very close to invalidating it. Open for very close to invalidating it. It will invalidate if we close below about $217. And we came on this candle to about, what is this, $214, but didn't confirm it, bounced. And as of right now, it does look like that's going to be a trap, and this divergence is going to continue. And your next target on the divergence is hitting the simple moving average, which right now is actually first it would be the neutral zone and then the simple moving average. The neutral zone is right now at 300. Oh, $352. What a bias fitting number. And the simple moving average is sitting at $560. Tesla $560 by the end of the week. Is this a higher high? Yes, so no divergence. Nothing here. A little bit of sombering information. You are starting to build a head and shoulders on the RSI, and this will be confirmed with the close below this neutral zone, which right now at $248.97. And that will give you a minimum target of this bearish control zone, which right now sits at $91. Lines right up with my $110 target. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I don't see really much bringing Tesla down to $110. Weekly currently has active many drives of hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're above $270, which we're right around that number. And your next target is the edge of the bearish control zone, which right now sits at $330, which is our 200 SMA on the one that we just looked at. 5 days, just like the weekly, has many drives of hidden bullish divergence. 5 days, a little bit more difficult to invalidate. You'll have to close below 244.43. And right now, your next target is the edge of the bearish control zone, which sits at 312. Today, nothing. Today, sometime today. 2-day currently has active bullish divergence. A little bit easy to invalidate. Many drives of bullish divergence, actually. But it will invalidate if you close below $270. Your next target right now is the bullish control zone, which sits at 367, 368. Daily currently has active in bullish divergence. It will be active as long as you're above. Let me zoom in on this. $270.78. And your next target is the critical zone, which will be, oh, fuck, I hate when I move these meme lines. Would be at, $599. Disregard this number. This probably updates a lot. Unless Tesla is way more bullish than I thought, although I don't see it going there. So not anytime soon. Probably does go to 500, just not now. 4 hour goes along with the idea of a short-term pullback. We're about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence, and it will confirm as long as you close below $285.80. And your next target on the divergence is going to be another retest of the silver cross, possibly down to the 55, which is at about $266. To give you a range, target would be somewhere between $270 to $260. If this area doesn't hold, this is where you're likely going to start your breakdown to about 170, get a little bit of a bounce, and then 110. This area does hold, I would expect to move into the 200 after that, which is about 330. And that is quite nice odds, because if you're wrong by, is that 6%? You're right, you make 24%. So that's like, what, 3, I believe? I can't do the math. 4-to-1 odds. Now we go to the momentum. Oh, we're also coming on that bearish divergence with 0 volatility. So how much of a 6%? Yeah, that's not that bad. 6%. Start the volatility expansion with a move down 6%, and then continue the volatility expansion with that 24% move. Or we just fully dump. Quarterly is currently positioned above the pivot, but we're currently flipped down, and we will flip up if we can close this quarterly above $229.50, which we are a good amount above right now. And the significance of flipping the quarterly up right here is that we're going to reject the bearish control zone, and we're going to put in hidden bullish divergence because we came below this low while putting in a significantly higher low on price. We are currently how much higher than we are on price from this low? About 1,800% higher. So that is a significant drive of hidden bullish divergence and easily takes us to new all-time highs if confirmed. But right now, to confirm it, you will have to close below, let's make this a little smaller, you would have to close below $439.74. But on this next quarterly, you would have to close above $295 to confirm it, which is going to be a lot easier. And that will give you minimum targets of hitting these all-time highs at about $500. To be exact, 488, but I do think we're going to sweep that and go to 500. Then those RSI targets of around 580 to 599 would be relevant. Go to the 6 month. 6 month is also still positioned to the upside, and the pivot went down significantly. And now we are going to flip up or remain to the upside as long as we're above $185.40. And the 6 month is now flipping up and rejecting the edge of the bullish control zone. So it rejected getting out of the bullish control zone. And 6 month has already confirmed a hidden bullish divergence because it went below these lows, made a significantly higher low, and has already flipped up. But the 6 month chart can take a long time for that divergence to play out. What will be a lot quicker to play out is if the quarterly confirms. Monthly is currently flipped to the downside, and it will be down as long as we're below 427. But we are getting to the edge of the bearish control zone, and in this area, the pivot likely drops. 2 week is currently flipped to the downside below 322.15, and it is approaching the edge of the critical zone. We're just about to get this 9 crossing below the 21 as well, which should give us that little move down that we're looking for into right around that $260, $270 area. And if we hold that area, then we should see 330, which would coincidentally flip this up. Weekly is now already flipped to the upside, and it will be remaining up as long as you're above 235.50. 5 day is also positioned to the upside, and it will be up as long as you're above 250. 3 day is pointed pretty heavily to the upside, entering into the bullish control zone, and it will be pointed up above 233. Daily is currently flipping down, and it will remain down as long as you're below 289. And the 4 hours freshly flipping down with 0% volatility, and it will remain down as long as you're below $287.50. So right now on the high time frames, it is starting to look like your local bottom is in, although you would need confirmation for that, and which has not quite happened yet. If we get a weekly close over about $290, that would be enough for me to say they were very likely put in at the very least a medium term local bottom, and we will test somewhere around 330 to 350. But 6 month momentum is still remaining to the upside. The pivot dropped significantly, and it's already flipped up, already confirmed hidden bullish divergence, and it will remain up as long as we're above about $186. Quarterly is also flipping. It's currently flipped down, but it's above the pivot you would need to close over to flip up, and that would also confirm quarterly hidden bullish divergence. And on the monthly, you are currently flipped heavily down, but on this next monthly open, it should be a lot easier for the bulls to flip it back up because you are going to approach the edge of the bearish control zone. And on the weekly and lower, every single time frame is currently flipped up except for the daily and the 4 hour. So it does seem to me like the short term we will pull back a little bit based on the 4 hour and daily momentum pointing down. I'd be looking somewhere around like $260 to $270. And then from there, I do expect a bounce into at the very least around $330, more like $350. And if you reject from that area, then the bearish scenario will play out. You go to 170, bounce there, and then 110. If you accept above 350, then I think we're going to new all-time highs. And in the more bearish scenario, the immediate bearish scenario is if you don't bounce at 260, probably going to get a pretty rapid drop to 170. Although my bias is currently a bounce around 260, 270, go to around 330 to 350. I expect that area to project the first time around, make a higher low, and then go to current all-time highs. The invalidation of all of that is getting any tick below about $214, or if you get a weekly close below about, you could use 222. Weekly close below 222 or any tick below 214, and then it's over and it's gonna die. But right now, I think 260, 270, bounce there, 350, 330, 350, maybe a pull back to somewhere around 280, 300, and then from there, I'd expect all-time highs.
Yes,
Maybe by
indeed.
maybe by Q3 or Q4 all-time highs.
Yes, in motherfucking deed. Alex, I'll be quick so that you can get to it and people can see that because we've analyzed Tesla a billion times and I think it's really comes down today. Are you above the 100 and the 55 bullish? Below this bearish. Okay. Estamos viendo Tesla, damas y caballeros. Lo estamos viendo en la de 2 días. Quiero ver la diaria rápido, ponérselas acá enfrente a todos ustedes. Bastante sencillo. Déjenme me echo un poco para atrás para que vean esto. Ok, es de donde venimos, de los altos históricos pasados acá en el octubre del 2021. Desde entonces caímos de este nivel a este hasta acá. Y ahora hemos estado rangueando por un rato en este hasta que tuvimos esta explosión a la alza. Y seguimos un poco rangueando acá, pero ahora estamos aquí arriba. ¿Por qué es importante saber esto? Porque hemos encontrado lo que parece ser un suelo local. Ese suelo local fue justamente acá en los 216. Por ahora, para nosotros escoger, le damos más, tenemos más perdón, déjenme. Ok. Hay más probabilidades en este momento de ir para arriba que para abajo. ¿Y cómo lo mides? Sencillo. Has visto que hemos hecho estos altos que son más altos que esto. Habíamos hecho este bajo que es más bajo que este, lo que nos pone en un alto nuevo. ¿Qué tenemos que hacer ahora? Después de un alto, un bajo más bajo, luego un alto más bajo y después de un bajo más alto y un alto más alto, ¿qué sigue? Un bajo más alto. O un bajo más bajo, ¿no? Pero el bajo más bajo sería más por acá. Entonces, probablemente un bajo más alto. ¿Dónde va a ser ese bajo más alto? Estando por debajo del promedio. Pues ya saben que a mí me encanta todo lo que es un SFP. Y aparte, tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido acá. ¿Ok? ¿Dónde está el breakout? ¿Dónde está la línea morada? La línea morada que va pasando por acá. No sé si la pueden ver. Creo que voy a hacer mis promedios del doble de tamaño. Me veo algo, un segundo. Bla, bla, bla. Style. No me deja, no me... visibility, ticks, 2 seconds, ranges, inputs, close. Nope. No puedo cambiar el tamaño de los promedios. Ok. Da igual, aquí lo ven, es este promedio que viene por acá, hasta acá, hasta acá, hasta acá. Habíamos perdido el promedio de los 200 aquí en febrero del 2025. Bueno, venimos a retestearlo. Subimos, bajamos, lo perdimos, nos fuimos a nuevos mínimos en 217. De ahí volvimos a subir, nos rechazó 2 veces, volvimos a crear un nuevo mínimo en 214. De ahí subimos y nos está rechazando en este momento. Nosotros pensamos que este va a ser el punto de salida fuerte, ¿ok? En los 290, 293. Pero por ahora tienes que hacer un alto más bajo. Este nuevo alto, un bajo más alto. Este nuevo alto más alto comparado con este nos pone en esa tesitura y ahora tenemos que ver dónde vamos a rebotar para continuar a la alza. Hay 2 sopas. El 9 y ya lo hicimos y vamos para arriba, o la línea meme en los 269 y vamos para arriba. Así es como lo vemos. Bajando de esta línea meme en los 269 y perdiendo tu promedio del 21 en la diaria, personalmente, y nosotros creemos, vas a venir a cerrar este gap en los 243 y te empieza a poner en otro momento donde se podría ver un nuevo mínimo por acá. Local, un nuevo mínimo local. Pero por ahora nosotros pensamos que tienes más probabilidades de ir a la alza. Si quieres ser alcista, el long está en la zona entre 269 y 276 con el promedio del 9. Y si eres bajista, simplemente vas a esperar a que se respete el promedio del 100 y el 200, que está en los 292, 293, no llevarte estos máximos acá, poniendo tu stop loss en 294.75 y ahí ya básicamente jugar el corto para abajo. Pero de nuevo, esto tiene más cara de ir para arriba que ir para abajo por ahorita. Y es justamente lo que estamos viendo y yo también lo creo, simplemente volteando a ver a Rivian también, etcétera, que todo esto, este cuarto va a ser positivo, etcétera, debería ser alcista para Tesla y sobre todo con todos los programas de incentivos que están abriendo junto con Rivian, les está ayudando a vender más coches como se ha comparado con hace poco tiempo en el pasado. All right, sir, we're ready for some IQ.
Good.
Well, I am
IQ.
ready to raise my IQ, but
We
Me too,
don't, we
honestly.
don't do that here.
we don't.
No. Definitely
This
not.
is the Chinese Netflix.
Yeah, we actually looked at this. I don't know when, but we did look at this. I remember, and it did look like it was going to run the lows again, and it did. And so, where are we now? Well, this chart to me is. Well, first, congrats, Bears. You did make a new macro low. I'll just say that. I mean, right? You have a lower low. We understand that. And until, you want to be bullish on this chart, you've just hit macro major support. Last time we hit this zone right at $1.64. We literally went up for almost 400%. Is the same scenario going to happen? We're just going to bust out from here. Not very convinced. The issue with this chart is that trend is so down that to even move trend up and flip it is going to be super hard for bulls. What you're seeing is the weekly 9 is simply getting stopped, as it should, right? We lost the weekly 9. We've rallied up. This should be resistance. For me, this chart is very hard because you could be aggressive and you could be longing this for hoping for a move up and your stops here. But I mean, that just didn't really work out here or here. And definitely, I mean, kind of worked out slightly around here on that bounce, but not really. And this really has just been like all the way down from $8 just in a straight move down. So for me, I want to say this is going to bounce, but I'm also not convinced yet. And the reason I'm not convinced is just simply based on the fact that we're not reclaiming any of the major moving averages. Now, something to note about IQ is that the 21 has been a solid rejection point where the extremity highs get stopped at the 34, right? 21 stopped here, 21 stopped here, 21 stopped here. Extremity high stops at the 34. Extremity high, so the 34, major breakdown at the 21, telling me that the 21 is my first point of reference. Right at $2.11, I need to start seeing this get reclaimed, right? I need to see the 21 and the 9 almost act like a range. That way, then we can slowly grind up. The idea here is if you start moving aggressively up to the 34, this is a good chance of rolling over like what we saw here, like what we saw here. I mean, when this just aggressively moves up, it just essentially takes out aggressive shorts and traps bulls. That's why I'm going to start this by saying it's very key for us to gauge trend, right? Because if the trend can start shifting, then what we can have is legitimate entries and at least a bullish case, rather than just, okay, it hit the 52-week low. We should get some bounce here. We don't really want to just trade off meme lines, but rather off trend and structure. And that's why for me, it's going to be really crucial here. Daily is already looking like it's putting in structure of an uptrend. We need now this low at 180 to hold. You essentially want to see this high get taken at 202 and make your move up to really, I mean, this gap almost got filled. It will fill at $2.06. For me, the next move, if the EMA 34 and daily 9 can hold, and specifically $1.80, will be the 213, the daily EMA 100. If we can go up to the 213, why would this be important for me? Well, going back to the weekly here, we're then approaching that 21. This will be really key because really what you're wanting as a bull is for weekly trend to shift. Daily's fine, but with something so sold down here, I mean, you just can't be convinced too hard, right? It's like you had a daily trend shift, didn't play out. You had a daily trend shift, didn't play out. And that's why for me, it's just wiser to gauge the higher time frames on this. You don't have any long trigger at all as long as you are under this $2.54. Now, right, the scenario is that we want the 21 to hold. That on the weekly gets reclaimed. We then move up to the 34, and ideally we reclaim that. We can reclaim back above the 34 on the weekly. This will be a shift that we haven't seen since basically May 2024. That then could give us at least a potential to hit that $2.80. That's going to be very important because if we can go up to around that 280, I'm expecting a rejection here. But now we have our weekly trend shifted, and you should be gauging essentially the next higher low and this low to hold. So for me, there's really no trade yet. I mean, yes, you're getting volatility about to contract, potentially fall below the moving average within the next week. You're also getting, I believe, was it a monthly? No, daily? You're getting some volatility set up. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me see here. 2 week, there it was. Okay, I knew there was some volatility set up. You're getting a 2 week volatility setup, and this is actually interesting to me because this is at the lowest volatility read in the history of this chart, and we're actually about to break out and confirm this within the next 4 days. So how can we interpret this? Well, we understand 280 is important. We understand the higher time frames is what we should be gauging on a chart with this little data, in my opinion. And so how can we actually put this in an actionable trade? Well, if this low is going to hold, we'll need daily trend to shift. If daily trend can shift and the weekly 21 can get reclaimed, that then can look good for us to go up to around that 280. If 280 gets hit even at all, this will be very important because what you have is the 2 week 34. This most likely rolls over. But again, this is where we then put in a higher low, most likely. Really will depend on not this move up, but rather the move down. Do we take this low out or do we really grind out around the 2 week 9? If we can, and we get any 2 week closure above $2.90, or just basically a reclaim of the 34 on the 2 week, yeah, that's going to be my confirmation that a bottom's in. And this is about to do a major move up to possibly $6. That's a big level, right? That's like a potentially 100% move. That's why for me, there's really shouldn't be any rush to this positioning. You shouldn't feel any FOMO, but rather you should be letting the trade come to you with the trend shift, and then you're bidding the higher low at the 2 week 9, which should just simply be us back testing the weekly 21, possibly the 34, right? Visually, you can see that what has kept us under for so long should theoretically break out eventually. This should reject. We should then throw it back, and what was major resistance should be into major support. And all this will do is simply give us that trend shift, nice back test of the 2 week 9, which lines up nicely with the weekly 21. And then we can make a move. If you're not really willing to aggressively trade this, you're just patiently sitting on your hands, waiting for either a monthly or 2 week close above 290. Once that occurs, yeah, this should move up nicely, in my opinion. Yeah, very interesting chart, though. Because you even see the monthly 38.2% is literally at 263, which is like, I would have expected that to be a way higher. That's a monthly breakout. You know, it's kind of giving you confluence with the 290 idea then. Because, you know, if we start really closing monthlies in 2 weeks above 290, we are in a monthly breakout with 2 week volatility at the lowest point and monthly now contracting, right? We had this monthly bust and fire off, boom. And when we were heading down, and now what we're doing is this is the first sign of us contracting. Last time we contracted on volatility, the last time we moved up 62%. Okay, interesting. So 62%. Here contracted. We broke above the moving average. So on the opposite move, this went up 170%. Then right, broke under the moving average, contracted, causing price to go up. So then therefore, if we're going to do the same kind of logic, like 50% move from here would be right at, geez, can I not do it right? Basically the next zone. Is it really that high from here? 280? Or am I tripping? Yeah, damn, it is. That's a big move up from 280. I'm talking like it's a 10% move. It's 41% range. That's insane. But, you know, that's really kind of what you're waiting for is like that 280, 290 before even considering longing. But, you know, until then, this is looking okay. I mean, you have a legitimate SFP here. You have a legitimate retest. This should start heading up, ideally. You even see here on IQ, the 38.2% is reclaimed. Yes, the weekly 9's holding us down, but once that gives, you're going to make your way to the 21. Something I noted about the 21, remember, is it's been rejecting us, and now we have the median right around there. So, right, we can use this example on, yeah, you reclaim the 21, you're reclaiming the median. most likely move up to that 230. And then at that point, you reclaim the 230. The only thing stopping you now is the last lower high. You break that, you're going to slingshot up to 280. There you get your rejection. There you test the 2-week 9. And then ideally, this move down will really kind of be the key factor. This is where you'd want to position with your stop around here. No leverage, obviously, because this is a crazy stock. But then even this scenario, what would this brew? If we literally busted, went to 280, broke the trend, rejected, formed a higher low, what would this form visually? Well, wouldn't this just be almost like an inverse head and shoulders? Not the cleanest, I will say, but almost similar, kind of, potentially. So, you know, you often get those at bottoms on higher time frames, makes it stronger. So this has legitimate reasons to be watching. I was bearish on this chart when I looked at it last time. It seemed likely to run the lows. We did. So now the lows are run. Anyways, you would be gauging for some reaction, either the lower high or this will trend shift. As long as we're under basically here. So again, March 17th high. This is in a downtrend. Anywhere up to that 21 could easily be another lower high. So that's why for me, it's really dependent on this trend shifting for me to be comfortable giving either a trade here or telling anyone to play this. And that'll really be dependent on this higher low and this low not getting taken out. So it's really tricky in my opinion. But yes, you could long on the SFP. Yes, you could play the EMA 9 on the higher time frames. But as long as this isn't a macro downtrend, you really do have to be you know, more stingy with longing this asset. Just like
well, the problem is your invalidation is 21% down, right? Like even though it looks like you're there and it's like at the bottom, if you're wrong and it goes and takes down, you know, it's 21% down from price right now, which is crazy.
I didn't know that. Like I said, I'm talking like this range is a 10% range. I didn't know this was a 51% range. And that just shows you how battered down this chart is. So you're absolutely right. And that's why for me, it's like just safer to wait for the trend shift. And then you at least can be more confident in this higher low bid. But you're absolutely right. You would literally have to make your invalidation the all-time low. You would then try to bid the higher low at the 2-week 9. But yeah, I mean, that even if you got it from where it's at, which it will move up, yeah, you're talking about a 30% haircut. So that's why no leverage on this at all. You know, but no leverage, fine. But this is where you get pretty big moves in the 2 weeks showing that. So yeah, this is just like not one of those charts that are good. This has volatility to trade, but investing standpoint, why would you ever think to invest in this chart at all? Like simply, why would you? I do like how the 6-month EMA 9's at $6 basically. I do think that's lining up with the what was it? There was something at $6. It must have been monthly, maybe.
Probably
it was like a ridiculous number. I thought it was the EMA like 100. Yeah, no, you're right. 2 week. There it is. Yeah. So it's like, 2 week EMA 100 right there, as along with the 6-month. That probably means that this is firing off. So it's very close to firing off. It's not dumb to be looking for bullish structure, but you need this trend to shift first, because you don't want to be just like the max longing this and we just do this and then we go up and we do this and it just gets delisted, because this really is like really sold down now. I mean, all-time high was what, like, geez, $46. That's crazy. And now it's $1.95, almost a penny stock. So you got to be really careful here if you're investing. That's why for me, 290 is the line in the stand. No need to be aggressively scaling longs here. Just wait for the trend to shift, gauge the higher low. Yes, your hard stop loss can be here, but I mean, we could even decipher this on like, okay, right? We're breaking out. Daily's above the SMA 200. What most likely happens on that 2 week higher low? Probably back test the SMA 200, EMA 100, right? And if that gets back tested and if the daily starts losing it, can we just front run the stop loss? Absolutely. Because what we've seen is anytime that deviates the EMA 100, this thing nukes, literally nukes. And the last big collapse was because the SMA 200 deviated. Here, deviated, and that was it. So to me, it's like, yes, the risk needs to be really well managed, but what my scenario could do is move these down. And then that higher low can be more at least more well gauged, basing it on the daily here, using the 2-week, the weekly, the daily. And then, yes, we have a 29% stop loss if you do want to be a degenerate and gamble and take this trade. But you at least then could front run it if you start losing the SMA 200 or the EMA 100. And that's why I do like trades with hard stop losses. But again, I don't want to just like blindly take a 20-something% loss if I don't have to. And so that would be kind of the criteria if you were to play this. Really, you would cut on the daily, but you're gauging the weekly and 2-week to trend shift, not the daily to trend shift. The 2-week and the weekly, you're watching 290 to get reclaimed. And then once that trend shifts, which would be taking out basically 250s, yeah, you're then wanting to throw back around here. Maybe it retests the daily SMA 200. If we are bullish, this should hold. Something like this. Broke out, was holding around here, still above the EMA 100, right? Can play around the SMA 200, EMA 100, held perfectly, moved up. Then what you started to do is consolidate on the SMA 200. And then what did that do? It caused an expansion. So very simple. This would have been a very easy long right here. You even had price divergence bullish. I mean, it was bullish. I could have longed this here and had my stop here. That's why it's very important to wait for bullish structure to form, because at least then we're not dealing with like a 2-week all-time low, but rather than we can start shifting. Okay, EMA, SMA 200 starts deviating. Okay, daily trend starts shifting. Do I really need to hold this trade to stop loss? Probably not. But until then, you're not trading this. You're more on short watch still, and you're waiting for this trend to shift, and that'll be done once this 250s gets broken. This then will probably break us out, and I gotta see this daily SMA and EMA 100 hold. That should correlate to the 2-week and weekly holding. The weekly holding the EMA 21 and the 2-week holding the 9, ideally. So that's all I have on IQ. I hope that made sense. We are, though, at the lowest volatility reads in the history of this chart. It's about to expand on this 2-week, so it is worth watching this chart. But even if you get that higher low scenario, you could just get a really, kind of icky inverse head and shoulders. So, yeah, that's all I have on IQ. I tried to squeeze it for everything it had, though.
You did. You really did. And I appreciate that. I'm sure whoever is investing in this is also appreciating it. We're done, basically, boys. So you guys go out there and enjoy your night in Dubai, some hookah, and yeah, have fun. Anything else you guys want to go over and look at?
Nothing for me, really. Nothing for me.
Perfect.
We're just watching Bitcoin. 95.5s on Bitcoin. Get above there, confirms the bull trap, bear trap for me. Reject 95.5s, won't be good. So it's that's the line in the sand to confirm the bear trap, in my opinion.
Got it.
Yeah, I just want to see that 3-day silver cross get retested, and if it holds, then happy days.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, boys. You guys enjoy yourselves. I'll see you in a bit.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
No sé por qué me hace reír tanto cuando Farhan dice buenas tardes. Me mama de risa. Ok, estamos viendo IQ. Este es lo que nos pone acá. Déjame ver quién es el que lo pide. Siempre pide IQ. Ismael. El buen Ismael preguntando de IQ. Espero que le saques algo a esto, mi estimado. Te he visto buscándolo y platicamos de esto la última vez, de este alto, más bajo, y que íbamos a hacer un nuevo mínimo. Y hemos logrado hacer un nuevo mínimo, además de el rechazo del promedio del 21, y ahí vamos para abajo. Ahora, ya tienes el nuevo mínimo. Aquí es donde empiezas a formar estructura y estoy viéndolo en la de 2 semanas, ¿ok? Déjenme les enseño el gráfico por completo. Tuviste este rango donde salió al mercado justamente acá a los $18, llegó hasta los $46, 46.23 y ahora está cotizando en 1.92. Este rango le funcionó por años del 2018 hasta el 2021 y como todo en China, se fue para abajo todo. Todo, absolutamente todo. Y perdimos el rango, por supuesto, estaba acá en los $15 y hemos caído hasta donde estamos ahorita. Este no es un rango viejo donde tengamos más datos, nada. El mínimo de antes histórico estaba justamente en el 1.66. El nuevo el día de hoy es 1.50. ¿Qué nos llama la atención de lo que estamos viendo en este momento? Varias cosas para mí. Uno, si volteo a ver en la diaria el gráfico, pueden ver que todos mis promedios ya están muy abajo y juntos por acá. El 9 está por abajo del 21, eso es señala fuerza y estamos justamente, aunque estamos rechazando por acá y podríamos regresarnos. Eso es lo peligroso. Pero viéndolo en la de 2 semanas, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Un setup de volatilidad bastante potente, el más grande de toda la historia, el único que se ha metido por debajo del 15%. La última vez que tuvimos un setup de volatilidad en esta tabla fue acá. ¿Y qué fue lo que vivió esa tabla en ese momento? Un buen pump, lo podemos ver por acá. Y la expansión terminó. Ah, no, fue un dump hasta acá. O sea, básicamente fue esto. Ajá. Fue todo. En realidad no, fue para arriba y para abajo esta expansión de volatilidad. Interesante. ¿Ven? Esto es algo que tenemos que llevarnos siempre a la tumba, cabrones. Que la volatilidad se puede dar la vuelta y empujar el precio, se puede dar la vuelta y la volatilidad puede continuar empujando el precio, pero al otro lado. Por debajo del 15%, vamos a esperar a que pase por encima del promedio del 15%, pero mantén un ojo por acá. Ahora, ¿por qué no te digo que compres hoy? ¿No? Estando que el fondo está aquí abajo. Tu invalidación de ese fondo en un long es básicamente si pierdes el 1.49, ¿cuál es el más bajo de esta vela? No lo pone acá, tengo que irme para arriba. El punto más bajo de esta vela es 1.50, digamos. Tu invalidación va a estar ahí. ¿Qué pasa si entras ahorita en long y se lleva el mínimo? Vas a crear un nuevo mínimo. Y de aquí, el precio ahorita a donde está el mínimo son 23%. Nadie voltea a ver estas cosas. 23%, cabrón. Sería el equivalente de Tesla regresando a $210 ahorita, por ejemplo, de donde está. Ese sería el tipo de invalidación que tienes para hacer este trade. No lo veo potencialmente bueno. Ahora, estás creando estructura alcista, definitivamente. ¿Qué es lo que necesitas? Montarte por encima del promedio del 9, cabrón. Montándote por encima del promedio del 9, probablemente vayas a hacer un nuevo alto. Va a ser un alto más bajo y se detiene aquí en los 250, va a ser un alto más alto y se va a detener en los 290, va a ser un alto más alto y se va a detener en los 370. No sabemos, pero es irrelevante hasta que no retomes esta zona. Si no puedes retomar el promedio del 9 y tener 3 cierres por encima, porque ve, 1, 2, al pito, no pudiste. 1, 2, perdida. O sea, tienes que tener mínimo 3 cierres de 2 semanas por encima del 9 para pensarlo, yo diría. O llévate este máximo, el que está aquí, en los 286. Te llevas 287, 286 para arriba. Bien, esa sería otra buena figura. Normalmente cuando estás entrando en un fondo, tienes este tipo de patrones. Hombro, cabeza, y el siguiente hombro debería caer por acá. Por lo que algo así, luego así, así, siempre y cuando no se lleve este mínimo, funcionaría. Se ve interesante para la alza, pero ahora tiene demasiado peligro esto. Yo personalmente ahorita me estaba volteando a ver, dije, güey, debería comprar esto. Me di lo que era el retesteo para abajo y dije, Nel, y compré algunas acciones de otra cosa. Pues ya tienes el dinero que te está quemando en la bolsa, que a la verga tenía esta idea y la fui a comprar. Pero por ahora, simplemente 2 semanas, esperar a retomar el 9 por 3 sesiones. 3 sesiones, cabrón. 3 de 2 semanas. Eso quiere decir mes y medio. Y ahí seríamos alcistas y podríamos poner objetivos a la alza. Lo que llama la atención es el promedio del 100, que está aquí arriba en los 6. Sería un mega pompazo, o sea, mega pompazo de aquí al promedio de los 100, que obviamente va a bajar más, digamos que acá, 200%. Es un 2X. Pero también existe la posibilidad de ir a cero, literalmente a cero, y completamente perder todo tu dinero. Así que ¿Vale la pena meterle al Instagram? No, ¿cómo se llama? Al TikTok, no. ¿Qué chingados es? Instagram, no sé. No creo que valga la pena. Personalmente, me voy a esperar hasta que ocurra lo que dijimos. En la de 2 semanas se suba por encima del promedio del 9 y empiece a retomar niveles interesantes. Hasta entonces, por ahora puede ser y seguir continuando y estás intentando cachar un cuchillo en caída. Y no hay nada peor en este planeta que hacer eso. Alguien que fue un experto en hacerlo por mucho tiempo, él se los dice, no estoy interesado en buscarlo ninguna vez más. Y ahí lo tienen. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Déjenme ver cómo va mi inversión que acabo de hacer hace 5 segundos. Igualita. ¿Quién lo hubiera pensado? Eso es todo el día de hoy. Los voy a ver para una vez. Me preguntó qué horas son. Me voy a ir a una escaladita de 3 horas. Son las 11, 12, 1, 2. Luego me voy 3 horas. Voy a comer. Nos va aquí a las 3 p.m. 3 horas de Los Ángeles serían, no sé qué hora sea en México. 3 de Los Ángeles, 6 p.m. hora de Nueva York o de Cancún, si lo quieren ver así. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Nos vemos en un rato. Pórtense bien. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros en el Casino del Tío Salo. Ahí tienen todos los recursos. Aquí abajo los enlaces. ¿Quieren aprender a tradear futuros? Ahí está el enlace para que vayan a nuestro sitio. Busquen en tutos cómo tradear en Bluffing. Ahí está el sitio de nuestro Discord y lo demás que necesiten, ahí lo tienen. Gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy. Muy divertido hoy. Y güey, qué bestialidad los humanos destruyendo a toda la inteligencia artificial, volviéndonos expertos en aranceles y volviéndonos expertos en crear películas. En 2 días, eso es tiempo récord. Nunca había visto algo así. Qué bueno que la inteligencia artificial no vaya a funcionar. Les mando un abrazo.